That's the law. Real dude. Real dude. A lot of rings. A lot of sings. Alt delete. Don't do that, guys. Don't do that, guys. Good. Switching to the other headphone. Switching to our other headphones. They even work. Oh, snap. Nice kill, bro. Nice PK, bro. What's up, Revs fan? 20. Charles J. No fights yet, guys. Not Boys ain't about it, bro. I don't want to. They don't look, brother. Expected more people to be on this set. Boy tasked me, he's going down. Ooh, close. Thank you for the rose, my brother. Haven't streamed for like a month, guys. But What's up, Luz? Guy planning, bro. Kitty Jenny. Here's my mice. Ha! Again. Hey, baby, one more time. Come on, give me that. Kicker. We got an actual here. Don't run after this. Brother. Enough, bro. I... Nine crate. Ooh, 1 point. 3 bases. Up like off that. Man. This still. Personally. Go down there. Go down there. Oh my gosh. Take a hike. Like a blue skull. Here. I got him there. Gar. Gar. I'm out. I'm out. You're kidding me. Oh my gosh. Almost got smite for a ring. So close. What's up, brother? What's up, man? Yeah. Oh, pretty awesome, bro. Chris. Thank you for the like, man. bubble. Such sad hits. Kill him here. Good fight, dog. I did too. I forgot he had another special attack. You are sucking out DPS. Dead twice already. Finish him here? Ooh. Come on, guys. Heck no, how do you have another special attack? Three. I'm done with it. Good luck. Run now. I have. Combine it with Bench here. Completely add a food though. Finish him here. Fight, man. It's tough. There you are. Got my potions now. Hang on, buddy. So sad, bro. I don't think you get. Yo, guys, what's Max do with that anchor? Hit the vent. I have another Void Waker. Hail Mary, come on now. Hail Mary him. Come on, finish him, smite him. Combo in. Dead here. Huh. Beautiful. Guys, I'm so lucky. Awesome. Off target. Look, brother. I felt like it was a good idea. Wait. Oh, me too. Pking. That's cool. Try to get there. Guys. I'm gonna smite. It's so dead. We're gonna send it. Never mind. The freaking hits I need, man. Now, seriously, I triple ate that. I risked it, guys. I risked it. Alright, man. I do. This maze fail me, guys. He's a good risker. Good risker. Carbonated? We already have another target. Good eat by him, bro. Double that. Get a smite on that. Finish him here. I'm down for a rematch. you for the like. Tell him good luck here. Gosh darn, bro. Could have been it. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. It's them boys. Come on now. Trying to get some peas. Good luck, buddy. What are you doing, bro? Ag? Ain't no way. Sneaky guy. Sneaky link right there. Good fight, brother. 745. Okay, that makes up for our death. No crate. Energy drink is almost done here. How much did RS and feminism cost? 500 mil back in the day. Now it's worth billions. I'm not selling it though. Amazing. Here's my big. If I was in the wilderness.
Join Google Fi Wireless and get Pixel 9a on us. Make sure no one is left out of your photo.
Everybody be blessed on this Sunday. Man, I hope y'all investing, man. Check out crypto, see how far it's going. Check out the news, man, what Donald Trump is doing with crypto, too. That's what's making it go up. I'm cooking today. Today is my homie birthday. Happy birthday, Pot. I'm saying it is 10/34/2025. It is March 2nd. I got this chicken right here. That's a chicken breast. Just took these out the hot pot. These that beef, them sausages that got the cheddar cheese in the middle. So I'm about to chop them up, and I'm about to add it with this chicken. We're going to season this up real proper. We're going to put these onions up in there. I got salad.
Got matchmaking blocked. What?
We got all type of stuff going on. Got that bacon over there.
You say I hate Jersey? Sure, man.
Those 2 onions. Those who know, you already know what's going to happen with those right there. And if you don't know it, then check it out, man. Check me out. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we about to get this done, man. So I'm going to pause it here. Got that drink. Yes, blowing up already. So yeah, let me get to this and then show you what's next. All right, so I got the sausages all cut up. Got that chicken. I put those onions up in there with some jalapenos. With these right here.
Since I made my previous video covering every star to have died in my £600 life, there have been 5 more unfortunate patients who have lost their lives during or after the filming of the show. Some of the stars managed to lose the weight, while others constantly argued with doctors.
Count 30 mil? Bro, that was from Bonds, man.
Now and failed the weight loss program entirely, and one of these stars was LaTonya Partain, who I recently called one of the most disrespectful and rudest stars ever on the show. With her weight unknown and living in Louisiana, 37-year-old LaTonya constantly complains about her weight and how much strain it is having on her body, with her relying on a carer to take care of her daily needs. Her weight has gotten so bad that she can barely step out of bed, and she needs a mobility scooter to get around her own house. And when we see how LaTonya eats and see her attitude towards losing weight, it's clear why she's this way, because she just has no mind of what she's eaten and eats mountains of food for every meal. LaTonya did have a tough upbringing, with her mother dying in front of her when she was just 12 years old, which is obviously extremely traumatic.
LaTonya going through a depression. She started eating more and staying to herself a lot, and that bothered me. I can't really explain it, but she changed a lot.
As I got grown, I just got comfortable with life, and I just gained a lot of weight over the years,
I saw her, and I told LaTonya, I said, you're gonna have to get control of your weight.
Surprisingly, LaTonya has actually met Dr. Now before, as she's tried his weight loss program, but obviously failed and just ended up heavier than before. Despite her massive size, she can still manage to drive, only though to the grocery store, where she piles her shopping cart full to the brim, obviously with just junk food.
I love chips, I like candy, cakes, cookies, sweet stuff like that. I love cereal. Some days I don't even eat regular food. I just eat snacks all day.
Somehow she can still fit behind the wheel of the car to drive, but if she carries on this way, this will obviously become impossible. In order to try and save her life, she meets with Dr. Now once again, and her weight is finally revealed to be 632 pounds, which is such a dangerous weight to be at, especially considering she's already failed weight loss treatment before.
Well, Latonya, it says here in the chart that you came in 5 years ago when you were 482 pounds, and now you're 631 pounds. And how long you been in this motorized wheelchair?
About 5 years.
Okay, so things have gotten worse for you. So now, how motivated you are to change your eating habit, how motivated you to change your life, and how motivated you are to give up this motorized wheelchair?
I'm very motivated.
So what are you willing to do?
I'm willing to make a change. That's why I came here.
Well, you came here before, and you were given a chance to make those changes. And in the past 5 years, you haven't made those changes. What is different today? Tell me.
Because I finally have a great support system with my family. Like, I never just reached out to my family, and I always try to do it on my own. And I recently just reached out to them and told them to support me. They really came through. And then, like, meeting him coming into my life has been a change because I know that he loved me. Like, I don't have to question it. So I just look forward to losing this weight because I want to get married. I want to have my own child, like, and start my own family and be normal.
So with Latonya's dreams of starting her own family serving as a motivation to finally lose the weight, Dr. Now instructs her to lose 40 pounds over the next month to qualify for surgery. At this weight, I'll be honest, it shouldn't really be a challenge, especially if she has dreams of starting her family. You'd think she would fight tooth and nail to lose the weight, but as we'll come to see, wouldn't be the case. Latonya gets assigned a physical therapist who thinks she's been cheating on her diet, and her carer also notes that Latonya has been cheating. So it shouldn't be a surprise when she goes for her next weigh-in, she actually gains 4 pounds, and then to be honest, just yaps to Dr. Now about how she's actually going to try harder next time.
I gained, 4 pounds because basically I gotta try harder. This is something new for me. I've been eating unhealthy for so long, and like now, trying to change it is it's a lot, but I know it's worth it.
Okay, so what are you trying to tell me? You came here last time. We gave you exercises to follow with physical therapy to help you start getting out of your chair. And you didn't do that. And you were supposed to lose 40 pounds over the last month. But instead, you gained weight. And instead of waking up to things, you're deflecting the situation by saying you have pain. Yeah, you should have pain because you are 636 pounds instead of being 170 pounds. And you're selling this motorized wheelchair. You don't want to give that up? You don't want to give up your eating habit? Come on, you were supposed to lose weight, you were supposed to change anything, you were supposed to call if you had any question, but you didn't follow the diet. You keep eating too much, and you won't admit it. It's been 5 years since you tried to get help, and you're worse off more than ever now. Because you're lying so much to yourself, you believe that you lie.
With this dressing down from Dr. Now, you would think Latonya would finally wake up to try and lose the weight, especially after Dr. Now's given her another chance with a much more lenient goal of losing 60 pounds over 2 months. However, she would fail in her weight loss.
How you been? Good, just not been streaming that much.
Instead gaining weight yet again. She was admitted to hospital with claims that her leg was in a lot of pain, which of course can be a sign of a blood clot, so Dr. Now had to take it seriously. However, while she was in hospital, she took issue with the food which was being served.
This, I didn't touch that.
Well, that's good lunch.
I don't eat that. I don't eat beans at all. I don't even know what that is. And this look like dog food.
You don't like meat?
I don't eat stuff like this.
That's good nutrition, that's good protein.
Like I don't eat beans at all.
But how about the meat?
I don't eat that kind of meat. I haven't really ate nothing since I've been here.
You're not gonna fade away. You're gonna be fine.
I still have to eat something.
No, you're eating the food that belongs to the next 4 years ahead of time. So if you don't eat, you're gonna be all right. At your weight, body got the reserve that you don't eat anything for a week or two, you're not gonna have anything gonna happen.
But like in a hospital when taking medication and having to take different medicine, you have to have food in your system to take the medicine, not to be nauseated. But the dog food that they give me here,
The way she calls this food dog food is just utterly disgusting and so disrespectful. I went a bit more in depth in my full video on Latonya, but I couldn't not show it here again. Anyway, despite her eating the dog food, she manages to lose 50 pounds, which just proves all her waffle about not being able to lose weight was just false, because when her diet is controlled, she will lose weight. However, the next month when she's at home and gets weighed again, she gains another 5 pounds. At this point, Dr. Now is just done with her, so kicks her off the program entirely. However, her story does not end here. On May 17th in 2025, it was revealed that Latonya had lost her life at the age of 40 years old in Louisiana. In the article, it reveals that she had a medical event widely believed to be a heart attack, and she lost her life the very same night. Her death won't be too surprising when we see how heavy Latonya was when she died, as the article shares that she'd reached an absolute mammoth weight of 740 pounds. And although Latonya couldn't lose weight to save her life, Lupe Samano did in fact manage to lose what seemed to be 90% of her body weight. But it seemed like this wasn't enough, and she'd done permanent damage to her body with fatal consequences. Lupe is one of the more popular stars of My 600 Pound Life, but her story starts out very similar to Latonya's, weighing in at 642 pounds at 39 years old.
Being this overweight, everything I do is hard and it's a struggle. I need a rag for my face. Things are so hard for me. I've lost motivation to do anything for myself. And my body's starting to break down. My weight is taking a toll on my heart, my kidneys, my liver, my legs.
Oh, that's freaking wild.
Everything.
The first thing that sticks out, outside of her obviously massive weight, is the scar on her neck, which is the result of doctors having to do a tracheostomy on Lupe, as the fat around her neck was suffocating her.
They had to do like a chin tuck right here and then put the trach in
that's
because
freaking
even with the
wild,
ventilator,
bro.
I still needed it. And it's been 10 years since my coma and I haven't walked on my own since then. I walked into the yard. I never walked out. Ready?
Lupe hasn't walked in years, is 642 pounds, and has already almost lost her life due to her weight, and so now is finally the time for her to make a change. Alongside her partner Gilbert, who is her enabler, they make the journey to Dr. Now's office, which proves to be extremely difficult at her weight, and Dr. Now is scared that she may have developed a blood clot on the drive.
Lupe should be arriving any minute now. From what they told me, she's been in a small car for 3 days. And that's a long time for somebody her size to have that much stress on her body. She may have developed serious medical condition that we need to address immediately.
The risk of a blood clot in Lupe's leg are serious. The clot could travel to her heart and she could end up having a pulmonary embolism, which would result in her death.
It's clear that Lupe is in very bad state. She's short of breath, she cannot walk, she cannot stand, she cannot move, she cannot breathe. But at her weight, any number of things could be creating a serious medical issue for her. And if we don't find it fast, it may be too late to save her.
Thankfully, there was no blood clot, but Dr. Now kept Lupe in the hospital just in case and placed her on a 1,000 calorie a day diet, where she managed to lose almost 70 pounds in a month. After she gets home though, it seems the diet goes out the window as she celebrates her 40th birthday party. And of course, food is a big part of this celebration.
There are exceptions in life.
Somebody should sing happy birthday here.
There are days you just have to enjoy life and celebrate. So I'm just gonna enjoy it today.
Sit down.
I have my next appointment with the doctor in a month, and I feel like I can hit my goal by then. So I'm gonna keep trying. I have to get this surgery because eventually I know I'm gonna start giving into my cravings every day.
All right, guys.
I look at
Meet Gym Monster 2, your all-in-one smart home gym. Set it up anywhere, no limits, no installation.
Ain't ready for the big.
Feel the power of dynamic weight modes that adapt as you lift. With the Bluetooth ring and
And when she goes back to Dr. Now's office, it's clear she has gained weight, as she can't even use the toilet properly and actually breaks it with how big she is.
No, it's gonna make me fall.
What are you doing, man?
Oh, make me up, please.
Babe, you're overthinking it.
It's broken. I'm not gonna fall the damn thing.
The chair broke?
Yes.
You gotta get off this damn... I'm trying to help you. You're crying more than you're trying. Can we get a nurse real quick? Can you give me a hand real quick? So you can help her push up. She needs it.
Don't let me go, please.
Would you just come on?
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
I can't do that.
Are you serious? Did you wear yourself out? Did you wear yourself out? Fine. Dude, what am I supposed to do?
I don't know. Call the ambulance or something. I can't get off.
Do we need them?
I don't want to fall.
Yeah,
I don't need
get them. I can bring someone else if you want. She got stuck. Okay. She got stuck in the toilet. I think it broke the seat. Okay.
And after she finally gets off the toilet, it's revealed she gained 82 pounds in 1 month. Thankfully for Lupe though, this seemed to be the wake-up call that she needed and did finally begin to lose weight. And after months on an 800 calorie a day diet, she finally began to lose huge amounts of weight. However, a spanner gets thrown in the works when Lupe finds out that Gilbert has been cheating on her with girls online.
Come on, and I'm asking you, what are you doing on your phone? And I have to go on there and find out myself. There's all kinds of chicks. That's so disrespectful, you know? It gets me, it irks me.
We're just sending scriptures out with no pictures of me and just of God and, you know, the news and stuff like that. I'm here clicking and grabbing anyone I can that I can send that message out. I'm trying to spread the word out, and you're upset because I added a chick on there.
If you're spreading God's word, why would I go on there and I see all kinds of chicks, especially showing their boobs? Come on, Gilbert. If there's someone you want to reach out to, and if it's a woman, have your wife do it. It's called respect because you're married.
Okay. Sometimes I feel like I'm out looking for affection sometimes because I don't get it from you. We all fall short. We all have struggles, you know? And, you know, I guess my struggles is chicks and stuff. You know, I'm not going to just change overnight. You know, it's a process. Just like you know? You're not eating right. You're 600 pounds.
That's so disrespectful, you know? Just because I'm fat and that, I don't deserve less, you know? I know I can't change you. When I married you, I let that crap go, even the day I met you. It's called respect. It's something that you need to start having.
Despite this, Lupe does thankfully carry on losing weight and eventually gets approved for weight loss surgery, dropping an insane amount of weight. This means she also got approved for skin removal surgery, which will get rid of all that loose skin and will make her even lighter at the same time. However, this wasn't all positive.
It's been about a month since I had my skin removal surgery, and I was healing well. But Gilbert was really insistent that we have sex when I got home. And afterwards, it felt like I had ripped open my sutures.
What is that, mold?
The pain is so unbearable. I asked Gilbert to call an ambulance to take me to the hospital. And all he can think about is getting drunk.
5 hours in the ER. God, unbelievable.
This was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen a partner do in my 600-pound life, and I genuinely feel awful that Lupe had to go through that. Thankfully, after this, Lupe broke up with Gilbert and continued losing the weight on her own, and by the end of her journey, looked absolutely unrecognizable and even found a new partner named Andrew. However, this story doesn't have a happy ending, as Andrew passed away in early 2019 to unknown causes. And then, in September 2025, it was revealed by Lupe's sisters that she had lost her life too. Her older sister wrote, "My sister has made up to the Lord, no more pain and suffering. Rest in peace, little sister. Everyone please keep the family in prayers." No official cause of death was given, but you can only assume it was from her past struggles with obesity. Now, although Lupe's cause of death is still shrouded in mystery, Dottie Perkins from season 4 cause of death is known, and her circumstances before losing her life were absolutely tragic. At 34 years old and 642 pounds, Dottie Perkins' life, like most stars, is a living hell.
When you're my size, it hurts like hell every day to get up and do what I have to do.
I gotta go get your brother, huh?
It's just miserable. On my body, pretty much everything from the waist down hurts. I'm sorry. Just give Mama a minute. But even though I am as overweight as I am, I have to get up every day because I have 2 kids that depend on me.
I'm talking.
Daniel, who is 12 and has cerebral palsy, and Landon, who is 1. I have to be here to take care of these boys. They need their mama.
It's okay.
Obviously, these circumstances are a lot different to other stars because she has 2 children, with one being severely disabled. She does have a husband who helps where he can, but he needs to work to support the family. Her son Daniel needs pretty much round-the-clock care, and to Dottie's credit, she always gets herself up and ensures that he is properly cared for. But once he's cared for, she needs to care for herself, which is extremely difficult to do.
Once I get Daniel comfortable, I can try and tend to myself. But it's so hard to even do that. I'm just not able to stand for long periods. So when I'm showering, I have to sit on the side of the tub and bathe.
And once she's ready, there will only be one place she will leave the house for, which is to go and get fast food.
Use the
You
restroom,
don't have to have
guys.
drugs every day.
Yeah, grab it. Hopefully I don't get attacked on this. There we go. Back.
You don't have to have alcohol every day, but you have to have food to live every day. Can I get a double cheeseburger and fries and a 10-piece chicken nugget? People don't really understand when you have an addiction to food, it's the worst kind of addiction you can have because you have to have it. And I have a love-hate relationship with food. I love to eat it, but I hate what it does to me.
And personally, I think, yes, she should have got her habit under control earlier, if not for her, but for her children. But Dottie's story is one where I can sort of understand why she felt the need to turn to food. But clearly things need to change, and they need to change fast. She's starting to lose the ability to look after her children, and she can barely fit in the car. So she makes her decision to go and see Doctor now.
I'd rather be dead than to get to a place where I can't take care of my kids, so I have to do this. I just hope I'm not beyond help.
641.
That's shocking
So
to see. Just the largest I've ever been.
At this weight and height, I'm honestly surprised Dottie can even walk, let alone look after her kids. And although Doctor Now does understand that it isn't easy for Dottie, he knows that she can't use this as an excuse to eat whatever she wants. And he's very blunt about this.
Okay, you're 640 pounds. How do you think you got here?
It's from having 2 kids. My oldest son, he's disabled,
How
and
does
he's 12.
12.
And he requires 24-hour care. He has cerebral palsy.
So you stay home and you take care of the children?
Yeah.
Okay. But what your eating habits look like? What kind of food do you eat?
Pizza.
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 Okay.
Sometimes Chris will pick up burgers.
Basically, you live on fast food and all that.
Yes.
Dottie's answer to why she gained weight is to tell me about her kids. They are her excuse to eat. Her situation at home is tough, but she can't use it as an excuse or she's gonna kill herself. So you're 34 years old?
Yeah.
Okay. You think you're gonna make it to 40?
No.
I have to agree with you.
And with this in mind, Dr. Now gives her the goal to lose 40 pounds over the next 2 months. And given the fact Dr. Now estimated she was eating at least 30,000 calories a day, you would expect this to be fairly easy. But this wouldn't be the case, as Dottie was still cheating on her diet at home, even when her husband is home to help look after the children.
Will you bring me some of them chips?
Yeah? How much you want?
I don't need you to dole me out. But I have cheated a little bit. But I've been doing all the other stuff on the diet, and I feel like I'm making good progress.
And as we know, if a patient says they've cheated a little bit, they've
From
probably
Nolan?
cheated a lot, which is proven the next time Dottie weighs in at Dr. Now's office the next month, and she's only lost 6 pounds. Dottie's delusion seems to show more than ever in this meeting too, as she is in denial about how much food she really eats.
Your goal was to get under 600 pounds. You are at 635 pounds? So what's going on?
I don't know.
You don't know? Let's figure it out. What do you eat for lunch?
I mean, I'm not eating as much. I usually eat like a couple of boiled eggs.
That's it?
Yes, that's all I have time to eat.
For dinner?
For dinner, I ate a salad and I ate green beans.
Any snack in between?
No snacks in between.
From what you tell me, you should have lost
But
50
sometimes,
pounds.
but sometimes at night I eat like popcorn.
Dr. Now obviously doesn't believe her, because no matter what Dottie says, or anyone in a similar boat for this matter, you will lose weight if you eat less calories than your body burns. So Dr. Now decides to put her on a controlled diet in the hospital. I will say this is something we don't see happen much anymore on the show, and I think this happened because Dr. Now felt sympathy for her 2 children, and the fact that it was early on in the My 600 Pound Life series, and Dr. Na was a bit more lenient back then. Before she had a chance to go to hospital though, her son Daniel was rushed to hospital himself because he had trouble breathing. This meant Dottie's own hospital stay was postponed, which unfortunately she used as an excuse to not start her own diet at home.
Until Daniel gets better, I can't worry about my weight. So the doctor is gonna have to wait.
And I'm sorry, but surely Dottie should see that if she starts eating healthy now, she will be able to take better care of Daniel when he gets back home. If she continues to not care about her diet, she'll eventually get to the point of no return. 7 months into the program, Dottie goes for her 3rd visit with Dr. Now, and unfortunately, it's not good news.
It's been a few months since I've seen the doctor. When Daniel had to go into the hospital, I called him and told him I couldn't go back to Houston. He understood my situation, but wanted me to still watch my diet. Since then, I missed the last couple of appointments because I've had too much going on, so I'm not sure what he's gonna say. I hope he still understands and that he'll still treat me after all this time.
Dottie's weight gain is disappointing, but from what we've seen, it's not surprising. Finally though, Dottie does get transferred to the hospital where she gets put on a controlled diet and then successfully has weight loss surgery, which resulted in her losing 149 pounds by the end of her episode. Despite her success in weight loss, her Where Are They Now episode starts with tragedy.
I'm devastated right now.
That Bumble's hungry.
Don't worry, we've got enough for everyone.
Does your tummy growl like a Bumble? The Rudolph Everyday Value Slam is back. Part of the 5 slams starting at $5 menu. Join Denny's Rewards now.
Because today, I'm burying my son, Daniel. One of the last things that I promised Daniel was that his mama was going to get healthy. But all the emotion and gravity of this is going to hit me. Most days, I have to just remind myself that Landon still needs me. So no matter how much I struggle, I'm not running to food. If I stayed on track, that would put me down to 440 pounds today.
You just experienced a traumatic event. What is important for your health is that you take a moment to deal with everything you're going through. Your priority needs to be going to see a therapist.
Thankfully, she does continue losing weight despite the loss of her son and gets skin removal surgery off the back of it. After the end of her journey, she shared this selfie, and you can see just from her face, she has lost quite a bit of weight. However, despite her weight loss during the show, it seems as though her health issues got worse after filming, as she shared in a Facebook post that she's lost the ability to walk and was suffering from heart failure. On top of this, her husband also fell ill, and in 2024, she shared the following Facebook post. "I'm so tired of struggling. What I'm going to feed Landon tonight? What are we going to eat? We can't even keep basic staples in our house. We have been denied food stamps, only missing the mark by dollars. I'm just asking for a little help." She then proceeded to share her Cash App and PayPal, stating that she's already been to the food bank. Unfortunately though, this will be her last Facebook post, as in June of 2025, Dottie lost her life, with the presumed cause being her battle with heart failure, with the obituary stating she'd spent her final years bedridden. And although Dottie lost her life to illness, Paul McNeil from season 10 lost his life in more shocking and tragic circumstances, being killed just 2 months before his wedding, and it's made even more heartbreaking when we see just how hard he worked on his episode. Starting out at over 750 pounds at 35 years old, Paul struggles every single morning to just get out of bed.
Even getting out of bed is hard because I have lymphedemas on both of my legs, which means my legs are permanently swollen. The second I'm up, I'm already in pain. And anytime I walk more than 10 feet, I can't even catch my breath.
It's sad to hear Paul talk because you can hear just how much he struggles to say even a few words at a time before getting out of breath. Paul's lymphedema in his legs are some of the worst I've ever seen in a patient, and to try and keep it under control, he needs to tightly wrap them every single morning.
Will you help me put my socks on, please? I live with my mom, so she can help me, and it makes me feel really bad that she has to basically take care of me all the time.
I love Paul as much love as God could give you to give somebody. I'm always worried about him. He's just gotten so extremely large that it's out of hand.
And although his mother clearly loves him, she seems to be enabling this behavior by bringing him as much food as he wants. It's also clear they spend a lot of income on food because they can only afford a 1-bedroom apartment, which means that his mother needs to sleep on the couch. It's a pretty sorry state of affairs, but Paul is finally determined to make a change, to prioritize his health and his relationship with his girlfriend. When he gets to Dr. Now's office, his weight is revealed to be 757 pounds, and even with his height being 6'6", it's pretty mind-blowing that he can still walk around. When Dr. Now meets Paul, his mother and his friend, he asks the hard questions, and they are surprisingly upfront with him.
Who is enabling you more, your mother or your friend?
Probably me, because he's with me more.
So you are the one that you encourage him to eat whatever he wants, whenever he wants?
Allow it, and I give it to him, and I cook. So I said it before, and I'm very, very sorry because I was a big woman myself, and I ate wrong. And then, you know, just tragedy as things happened, and Paul would get bigger and bigger. And then when he'd say he wants something to eat, I'd fix it for him.
A lot of the time, the enablers will try and downplay the severity, but his mother seems to be taking responsibility, and it's good to see, and hopefully this will play in Paul's favour. His mother promised to stop enabling him, and Dr. Now gave Paul a goal to lose £100 in 3 months, which, as I always say, should be easy, especially considering the size of Paul. And Paul seems like he's going to take his diet seriously, even though his nutritional knowledge might not be the best.
I've been back home from Houston for a few days now. And as soon as we made it home, my focus went 100% toward making the changes I need to do Dr. Now's diet, because I'm determined to get to my goal. But we don't have the ingredients I need at home to make the healthy stuff in this diet. So I'm trying to make sure I have what I need now.
Yeah, that turkey gizzards, stuff like that. It has to be high protein. Turkey's high protein. All protein. No. Yeah, it is.
I'm looking forward to the day where I can go somewhere and walk around enough without having to have a scooter. Right now, this is the only option I have to go anywhere.
Despite Paul turning his nose up at turkey, which by the way is very high in protein, he is still trying his best and looks to be making the best decisions using his knowledge. It's really refreshing to see.
They're small, but still dead. I think I'm gonna get this.
This is going to be a little tougher to do than I thought, just because I have to learn what options that I can get that work and what don't.
Tomatoes. No, I can't have no fruit. I'm not supposed to have them because of my diabetic. I didn't know because you're fat. Yeah.
There's a lot of good ingredients Dr. Now listed in his diet that I'm allowed to use to make my healthy meals.
I was worried this supermarket trip might just be for show, but he genuinely kept it up, weighing in at £695 the next time I went to the doctor's office. Obviously, it's a bit less than expected, but the following appointment is even better.
See if I made it to my goal this time, and I'm really hoping I did. 2 months ago, I made it down to $695. Dr. Now gave me another weight loss goal to lose 50 pounds by that day.
Why are you rushing me,
So
bro?
if I made it, I'll be down to 645 today.
Your weight is 641.
Yes, that's awesome.
Seeing how excited Paul is genuinely heartwarming, and he seems like he's such a gentle giant, and he's finally being approved for weight loss surgery. Paul needs to move to Houston to get the surgery, but unfortunately his girlfriend couldn't go with him, but he made a promise to her.
Paul made a promise to me that he was gonna come back and take a walk along the beach with me. I feel like that's important because the beach is one of my favorite places, and he can't walk with me right now, so I think it's a really nice promise, and I would love to walk on the beach with Paul. It would make me very happy, and I'm definitely gonna hold him to it.
Thankfully, we get to see Paul achieving his weight loss goals in his Where Are They Now episode, where he drops down below £600 and £500 and then hitting £400. This really is incredible weight loss, and thankfully, it allows him to finally take that beach walk with his girlfriend.
After all the hard work I did in Houston, I have made it down to 400 pounds. And that is enough improvement for me to feel excited about my future again. I'm blessed, you know, like I got to bring her out here and we got to have a picnic together. And life is, it's an enjoyment, jump for joy, you know, because a year ago I couldn't do this. It was just a stressful time in my life, and now I'm happy.
Thank you for coming and walking on the beach with me.
You're welcome, baby.
Paul eventually gets down to £311, which is absolutely mind-blowing, and he looks like a totally different person. And he even proposed to his partner Jennifer after hitting his goal of weighing less than 300 pounds. However, this Where Are They Now episode aired in March of 2025. But 2 years before it aired in 2023, a tragic news article released that shared Paul had died just months before planning his wedding at 37 years old. His cause of death was revealed in a heartbreaking GoFundMe set up by Jennifer's sister, Stacey. As some of you know, she tragically lost her fiancé, Paul McNeil, yesterday in a car accident while he was on his way to work. Jen and Paul were set to be married exactly 2 months from the time of his death. Instead of planning their last details of their wedding, she is now planning his funeral arrangements instead. It's such a shame that he worked so hard to lose the weight, yet loses his life in a completely unrelated event and tragically so close to his wedding. Now the final star to die on our list was Vianney Rodriguez. Vianney actually joined the program with her husband Alan, and to say that they were codependent would be an understatement, as they are both hopelessly addicted to food. Vianney had a pretty traumatic childhood that led to her becoming depressed at around 400 pounds at the time of leaving high school, and she would fill the days with food.
But when I turned 25, I decided I wanted to try and meet someone. I was tired of being so alone. So I put up a profile on an online dating site, and I met Alan, and we started getting close really quick. I fell in love with Alan, and I just wanted to be with him. So when he asked me to marry him, I said yes. And this is our life now. For the last 6 or 7 years, all we've done is stay home and eat. So we both continue to gain to where our marriage and our lives just revolves around food. But I want more than anything to have a normal life and to be able to go out and do things like other people.
And I don't want to be too harsh, but their life just looks totally miserable. And with both of them being addicted, they have nobody to tell them no, which is just an incredibly dangerous situation to be in. Thankfully though, they did find someone to tell them no, in the form of Dr. Now. When they first get weighed, Vianney is just under 600 pounds, and Dr. Now was quick to tell them how important it is that they change their habits.
So you probably were around 620 to 630. So it is the same deal as with Alan. It's progress, but not a lot. But how is your mobility?
I can get up some now, but I can't go far still.
Okay, in addition to the diet, getting mobile is going to be the most important thing you can do for your health. Okay? So I want you every day to work on getting up and walking. And then the next day, try to go further and do more. Okay?
Okay.
All right, good. I see you have distended abdomen and some lymphedema in your leg. Does that get in the way for you a lot?
Yes, on my left leg. And then all this like stomach, and then I have like a sore here too. So.
What is it in your stomach?
Yeah, there's like a sore down here that is kind of, I don't know, it's like, I don't know if you can see, Alan. It's like somewhere around there.
That's just a weight of the fat and affecting all the skin contour. And that's you're gonna have to reduce the weight so we can get that fat off of it, okay? So losing weight will help that. Do you both still have the 1,200 calorie a day high protein, low carb diet, right?
We do.
Good, because you're gonna completely stick to that from here on out and only eat what's on the diet, okay? And if you do all that, you both should be able to easily lose at least 50 pounds over the next month.
It seemed like Vianney and Alan were sticking to the diet, with Vianney making what seems to be healthy meals and diet-friendly.
Me and Alan have made a lot of big changes to our whole lives with how we eat and our activity. We got rid of all the carbs and sugary stuff in the apartment, so there's no temptation around us. And we're completely sticking to the diet. Here you go.
Thank you, babe.
All right. And we're trying to be a support to each other instead of enabling each other like Dr. Now said. So I motivate him and he motivates me to exercise. And I'm feeling confident that when we go back, we'll get approved for our weight loss surgeries.
Come on now, get a good hit. Get a big hit, guys. Get a big hit. Bring an adamant armor. What is this good?
Obviously, the meals in my cookbook are a little bit more diet-friendly, and you can get that link in the description, but this is a good effort. Thankfully, it does seem like they're really pushing each other, instead of enabling each other, which I can guarantee wouldn't be easy considering they've both been living their unhealthy lifestyle for years. But I am very glad they're sticking to it. In month 5, Vianney gets around £520, which means that she gets approved for weight loss surgery. However, despite getting what was thought to be life-changing surgery, Vianney's mental health starts to suffer and she struggles with her diet.
I'm just really struggling right now, and I don't know how to get past it.
I miss my carbs.
I know, baby.
Sick of protein.
Oh.
I feel like I don't have any motivation to be active or to do the diet. It's just taking everything I got right now to keep going. Doctor now told me I had to because my heart is starting to give out from the strain I've put on it for so many years. So I'm pushing myself as hard as I can to stay motivated. But it's hard because I feel no matter how hard I work and what I'm able to do, in the end, I'm just condemned to live like this until my weight ends up killing me. And I can't do that.
It tastes like crap to me.
Vianney does end up seeing a therapist, but still struggles to lose weight. Alan continues losing weight, but a lot of viewers think Vianney starts to drag Alan down with her poor mentality.
So, babe, what are you thinking?
What do you want to do today? Remember that membership you was talking about getting?
What, to work out?
At the gym.
At the gym? You want to go to the gym? I don't know about working out.
Oh, we don't have to go to there.
It's been bad with Vianney, though. She struggled a lot, and I think she's gained some weight back. And that's a problem, because we're not the same no more. I want to get out and live my life, especially now that we can go back out to places.
And her poor mentality is really put on show when she is weighed in her follow-up episode, as she has a disappointing weigh-in.
At my last weigh-in a year ago, I was under 400. So hopefully, I'm not back up to 500 or anything like that. That's a big jump.
And from here, it just seems like Vianney just gave up. And obviously, Alan was making great progress and wanted to move on with his life. This led to Vianney getting extremely jealous, and they actually went on the TV show Divorce Court to battle out their differences, with Vianney thinking that he was going to cheat on her. From what I found, they didn't actually get divorced, but the story does have an equally sad ending, with Vianney losing her life in November of 2023 due to apparent complications with pneumonia. This isn't the end of the story for Alan though, as he actually found love again, and you'll probably recognise who with. Someone on Reddit shared that once Vianney died, yes, Angie J from My £600 Life, and one of the most hated stars ever, swooped in and apparently said that this was what Vianney wanted for Alan, and they got together in a relationship. Now this is totally insane, and a completely unexpected end to an otherwise sad video. And if you want to see parts 1, 2, and 3 of every star who died in My £600,
Good video, guys, Mr. Beast. Never get the good hits on anyone, bro. What's up, man? Just in it again, bro. Better get going. Looks, Matt. Yo, thank you for the share, man.
Join Google Fi Wireless and get Pixel 9a on us. It's as durable as it is sleek, with a water-resistant design available in 4 colors. Switch and save on Google Pixel 9a.
Jeez. Goodbye, bro. I didn't expect the AGS. I didn't have an AGS.
I just bought a ton of Amazon accessories and a few other ones, and I'll be testing it against the accessories I personally use in my Tesla.
71.
It's just an empty box. And if you don't know me, I'm Everyday Chris, and the one thing I love to do with my Tesla is accessorizing my Tesla with a bunch of stuff. I'll be grading each accessory whether it's worth it or worth less. And just a heads up, I was not paid by anyone for this review. So we got a ton of stuff and I'll be bashing and being completely honest, so let's rip it. And most of these accessories are for the new Model Y, but some of them can be applied to the old Model Y, like this Baymax.
Hello.
Oh, so cute. Worth it. But this one, worthless. Get that out of here. So we're gonna start with the exterior of the new Model Y first, starting with this. Tad Repeater carbon fiber camera cover. I don't know if you guys know, if you add anything carbon fiber in your Tesla, it adds an extra 10 horsepower. Guess how much? Double-sided 3M tape. Overall, it has a nice clean look to it. However, the carbon fiber is just a little too subtle for my taste. You can't even tell you have it on. So I think it's worthless for $27. Now, we all love mud flaps on our Tesla Model Y. Gives it that nice rally looky to it. This one has 400 reviews, 4.5 stars, but does it fit on the new Model Y? I mean, it looks okay. Plastic is kind of,
Failing level is 1.
That wasn't supposed to happen. It's meant to prevent rock chips from hitting your paint. It comes with their own clips because the factory ones are too short. Overall, it's not too bad for $50. I think worth it. In the new Model Y, they made the spoiler a little bit bigger, but in my Daddy Chill, my old Model Y, I got this spoiler on Amazon, and it's pretty nice looking. All I did was I wrapped it with like a paint protection film so it looks glossy and clean. Guess how much? Because I think it totally completes that sporty Tesla look, and it's carbon fiber. So like plus 20 horsepower right there. I think it's totally worth it, but it's not the cheapest. This bad boy cost me $85. I also debashed everything. I have the clean Tesla logo here. Guess how much this is? 16 bucks. And it's so easy to do. Just makes it look cooler, even though it's an older Tesla Model Y. Now with the Tesla, you have this giant iPad screen. You gotta protect it. And I got this one from Amazon, 7,000 reviews. Guess how much this is? Because personally for me, I've been using my Spigen one, which is right here. Super high quality. You can see how thick it is. And it's also matte, so it's less glare. However, when you do get a matte screen protector, it decreases some of the clarity and the clearness of the screen. And this one is glossy, so let's see. I've never heard of this brand, Sumk. Sumk. Let's see if we can install it. There. Yes. I didn't put on screen clean mode. Yep, looks like it works fine. No phantom touches, works. So the Spigen one will set you back 40 bones. However, it is really nice. But 7,000 reviews, some K, 32 bucks. I think it's totally worth it. This is legit. Yeah, man, this is nice. But the Spigen one for sure has more. Oh! So I guess that's what happens when you break a screen protector. In our old Tesla Model Y, we also have white seats, but I coated it. And you can see the white seats look great. This is over 75,000 miles, a ton of road trips. I mean, you don't have to worry too much if you have the black seats, but if you have the white seats, I highly recommend the Gion leather shield. I did tons of testing with it, stain testing. It's like a 2-year coating, so you apply it once and you're good to go. It's around 56 bucks, so it's not the cheapest, but you can apply it yourself, very easy to do. Highly recommend it, especially if you have the white Baymax seats. Now, the next one is super important, floor mats. Can't open it, give me 1 second. Oops. There's tons of floor mats out there. Tesla sells them, 240 bucks. Now, these are from 3D Max Spider. This is made specifically for the Model Y Juniper. And I like 3D Max Spider because it has these feet here, so it's anti-slip. So when you go on the carpet and the felt, it doesn't move around. Definitely fits really nicely. Has this piece here, so it kind of juts out because there's a new mounting point. But with all this fabric here, this thing isn't going anywhere, and it looks really nice. They also have full protection for the trunk and the rear seats. $215. Totally worth it. Tasmanian is another company I've been using, more tub style design, 160 bucks, so way cheaper. If you guys are interested in the floor mats, I have discounts in the description. Use them. And lastly, another option is by Zapco. I'm still testing it. It's $160 and it fits perfectly and it looks very similar to 3D Max Spider. Next up for that sporty look, gas pedals. Spigens, I love it. It looks nice, super durable. I have it on Daddy Chill. Over 480 reviews on Amazon. Yes, how much? 37 bucks, that's not too bad. This one's also on Amazon, 71 reviews, 4.5 stars, aluminum. So this is kind of like the traditional Tesla performance look. Sturdy, unlike a Temu product I once reviewed. It's not gonna break.
Did you know that Google has a phone plan? And it's not just a phone plan. It's also a smartwatch, tablet, laptop plan. You can connect all those to your plan at no extra cost. So switch to Google Fi Wireless today.
PK, buddy.
It's very unique because it snaps into place. So it's in here, you go all the way up to the top, then you get this, and it snaps in. That's it. Wow, that looks nice. With this one, you have to remove this thing, which is kind of annoying. Oh yeah, that looks nice. So for 40 bucks, totally worth it. Now this next one was a splurge. They don't sell this on Amazon. It's supposed to be real carbon fiber dashboard cover. And it's all held in with clips, so very easy to remove. So we could easily remove it just by lifting straight up. And this goes in place of it. I'm not gonna install it now because I need tools and stuff, but it looks good overall. How much do you guys think this is worth actually? Because it looks like carbon fiber, which means guaranteed 50 horsepower increase. I don't think it's real carbon fiber. I think there's like, it's like a plastic blend. $295. I think it's worth it if you want that look. For me, I'm a little too old for carbon fiber everything, so I probably wouldn't be using this all the time. Worthless, don't need to buy it. Now, what's the first thing you do when you get into your Tesla? You put your elbow right here. I got this one, Spigen, totally worth it. Comes in black or white. I opted for the white version this time because it just completes the white seat look. Guess how much? 37 bucks, not too bad. Lasts forever. I have it on my other Tesla. Love it. Now, storage is everything in a Tesla because there's so much space, but no organizers apparently. I didn't think this would fit. This is from my old Model Y. It's from Tasmanian, and it fits the side door, so it's a little bit more organized. I love this thing. This is so cool, and it fits in the new one. It comes with 4 of them, and it's $45. Totally worth it. I also got this thing from Spigen. I thought it was kind of cool at the time. It's Velcro, and you can place it right in here, so it just stays there like that.
Right,
and it's cool.
Wow, I risked it.
Because all you have to do is pull this. Look at that.
Tier 9
nice
crate.
little
We
holder for your J1772 adapter. I guess if you're using this a lot, it makes sense to have. But guess how much this was? 50 bucks. But I think worthless, don't need to get it. Just put it in your glove box or center console. And I've been getting tons of comments on this thing. They thought it's OEM, it's part of the Tesla. This is from Spigen, held in with magnets. so it's super easy to remove and take off. You could hold your phone, you could hold anything. At the top, you could put tissue boxes, sunglasses, whatever. It's a little pricey, but compared to some of the other ones I've seen, totally worth it. Very sturdy, 63 bucks. What is this thing? Oh, shoot. So this one I think goes here. Very interesting. This one's by T Parts. Much cheaper, 45 bucks. I mean, it's cool because there's an LED light strip in here. It's like 3D printed. They added a magnet here. Like they just glued a LED strip in there. Don't think it's worth it for sure. So here's the thing with Teslas. There's no storage anywhere. It's just giant holes. I got this one on Amazon and it has like everything you need. But the problem with these console trays is that the quality might not be the best. Guess how much? All this comes with this 2, 3, 4, 5-piece system. And surprisingly, quality is not the worst. I would buy this over Tesla's guaranteed. I think for the cost, worth it for sure. 35 bucks for all this stuff. However, if you want something a little bit better quality, something that looks a little nicer, like this one's from Spigen. Look at the quality. It has a slick carbon fiber look to it for extra 5 horsepower. Rubber grommets. You have a hole for charging if you have a wire there. And the fit is perfect. Boom. Right there in the center console. One of these, 25 bucks. Just for one, compared to the other one, 35 for like a million of them. There's other ones out there, like T Parts has some. Most of the brands look like this. Very simple, clean. It works, right? It fits perfectly. It does the job. But then you go with Spigen's. It has a nice compartment for glasses. Goes in here. Fits perfectly, slides well. Another thing we have to worry about, charging. I mean, yeah, you could put your phone here. If you want to charge other stuff, a lot of people like hubs, not the porn hub. This is a central control dock on Amazon. 262 reviews. How is it so highly rated? Oh, they spray painted the silver, like a cover that's gonna break. This silver does not match this silver. This is like a gunmetal blue silver. This is like pure silver. It doesn't even look the same. This one is like a dark black color, and this one matches the color of this. That is not like that in real life. We have a USB-C, we have a USB-A. The wire is like made out of paper. I feel like it's gonna break.
Bad risk by
It
me.
says something in Chinese. What does this mean? This is $40 on Amazon. I think it's worthless. Only reason why I say it's worthless is for the cost. You can get something better. This one's $10 more, 50 bucks. Much better quality. Nice solid wire. Much better premium materials. Look at the color of it. I feel like this looks so much better. That's totally worth it for sure. Now, the one thing we have to worry about also is charging our cell phone, because if it's here, you can't see it too well, which is why I like to mount it up high, because I like to have my Waze, my Google Maps open. I got this one on Amazon. 129 reviews, 4.5 stars. It's by Ahiwalul. Like, how do people even come up with these names? Guess how much this is? Because I'm gonna be showing you some of the competitors. Look at that, look how straight that is. And it's supposed to go, now, I think that's why you need a hub, because this is not gonna reach. This would have to go into here. And look, the cable is not, look how horrible this is. It would be like this. You have to get an extension cord yourself and route it underneath. Let's see if it works. Charges, super strong. That's one of their selling points. It's so insanely strong. Aside from this kind of tacky plastic looking thing, I think it's fine. 33 bucks, I think it's worth it. I'm gonna have to hand it to Ahiwal WVOL. All right, this one is from Spigen. Look how long the cable is, so it can route to the behind the second row. It says it may not work with screen protectors, I think because it's such a tight fit. Keep twisting it till it's like right firm against it. Charges.
Philip Sophie plays.
Not as sturdy and grippy as the Amazon one. See how easy it falls off? It does fit and it does work. Look at that. It's nice that you can move it if you want to, and it's very secure. Now I had to mention this bad boy because I got it before and had some problems with it. I thought they would change the design because this was like, what, 3 years ago? They still haven't changed the design. This is by Joel. I'm not even gonna mention the price or anything because I don't recommend this at all. The problem lies with this mechanism right here. So see how this goes in and out like this? Over time, after use, the sun, even though you have it mounted onto here and it's nice and high up, you'll end up going like this on its own. All right, they don't sell this on Amazon. If you know my channel, I do recommend this one. This one's just mounted permanently and perfectly, so it doesn't move at all. Not the cheapest, but I do have a promo code. You could use that for a discount, and it mounts right here. Route it this way, and then you route it underneath. It comes with an extension cord, but this is one I use in Daddy Shield and in Red Rocket. Fits perfectly, it's super strong, and what's awesome is that it's the perfect height for Face ID. So let's just say you need to unlock the phone, it's literally right there, boom. But guess how much this is? Not the cheapest.
Look, brother.
$100. But we've had it in our Teslas for a while now, and I think it's totally worth it.
Join Google Fi Wireless and get $700 off Samsung Galaxy S25 with $300 off instantly. Immerse yourself in its realistic display and effortlessly elevate your portrait selfies with Galaxy AI. Don't wait. Order Samsung Galaxy S25 and save $700.
It's 2025, and you're still using the same cable network?
Dude, my account is
Frontier Fiber
man, I swear.
is here, right now for you. Ultra fast, reliable, 100% fiber internet, powered by the speed of light. Get our best deal before it's gone for just $29.99 per month. Get free premium Wi-Fi and free expert installation. Frontier Fiber,
My account
good
is
to go.
cursed, bro. I can't get it. Come on, now.
Now we've been sitting here. Roof is not hot, but it's getting hot up here. And you want some privacy? I've been using heat shield for forever now in my original car, my 2001 Toyota. I just like it. The only problem is very big. Good heat rejection, perfect fit, works great. $50. The only problem with this one, and why a lot of people, like my wife, never uses it when I tell her to use it to protect the dashboard, is this is how big it is. So you have to find somewhere to put it. For me, I just put in the back seat, but that could get annoying too. So Spigen has one, so small. And this is like the typical one. They call it their cryo.
This gives me a
But it fits really well. It's good for privacy. It has this piece here that goes over on here. Look at that fit. The second I removed it, I already felt the heat. So I think that the silver thing actually worked. Totally worth it because it's so small. I actually end up using this one more than my heat shield one now.
You get extra shadow ban on Instagram? It happens.
And let me know in the comments below if I'm the only one, is how in the put this back together. Like, my wife can do it so easily. I have the hardest time. Said always do opposite. So one hand this way, one hand this way, you go into this counterclockwise motion. Wait, did I do it? I did it! And then look, Velcro on here, you just slap it onto here, done. Another thing, I love nice smelling cars, but I hate the synthetic smells. I get migraines, all that stuff. I'm really old. Not sponsored again, but I have been getting these monthly subscriptions forever now since the beginning. Drift, natural scents, smells great. I just got a new one this month. So it comes in wood or stone. This is the stone one. It looks super clean, especially in a Tesla, because there's no air vents, right? So where are you gonna put your air freshener? This is coconut pistachio. Oh, that's nice. I feel like the scents last a solid month and a half. This is the wood one, fits perfectly onto here. I think it's worth it just because it just smells great and they send you different scents every month. So now we're gonna talk about the most important stuff that you have to have in your Tesla. If you ever have to change a flat tire, jack up your car, a lot of the places have these adapters already, like Discount America's Tires, Costco has them. But if you're in the middle of nowhere and they need to lift up your car, they can't just lift up with a normal car jack because it's gonna damage the high voltage battery, which is why they have these jack pads. Now this is compatible with my Daddy Chill, my older Model Y. I'm curious if it's compatible with the new one. It fits perfectly. Totally.
I used to spend way too much money on takeout. That is all before I learned about Capital One shopping.
Oh, hey everybody, it's Chuck. Good morning. Well, guess what? We got version 14.1.7 on both the Cybertruck and the Model Y. And also, just to let you know, I think this has gone out to all vehicle types, at least at the OG level, and it's gone wide on the Cybertruck as of this morning. So I think every vehicle is gonna be on 14.1.7 as we migrate towards 14.2. But at the beginning of this first impressions video, I owe you guys a little bit of a welcome to the Juniper video. So this is not new. This is just a Juniper that you guys all know, but I wanted to talk a little bit about something, a few of the things that I've been doing. I did get my CAN server working, and in the passenger side, in this panel right here, there is a pin, an 8-pin for power that you need a pigtail for, and there's also a X179, I believe is the label of it, that has the CAN bus, the vehicle bus, and the party bus in it. I'm only using, the chassis, the vehicle, and the party bus in it. I'm only using the chassis and the vehicle for my CAN data. I think it's going to be working on our first impressions drive today, so stick with me for that. And I have the CAN server wired underneath the carpet. And as I reach for it, just to show you, I had to build my own cable for the CAN server here, but the parts I used came from the Sexy Buttons guys over in Europe. And if the Sexy Buttons guys are watching this, the part you sold me for the model Juniper, you have it wired wrong. I was able to fix it. What you have is the pass-through cable. You missed 2 of the pins. I can send you the diagrams if you want, but before you sell that to too many people that actually want to use that as a pass-through, maybe double check your wiring or reach out to me and I'll tell you how I fixed it. But in any case, what I also want to talk to you about is these floor mats. I use the hand show floor mats because they fit, they're good, they're the ones I've used, and guess what? I've got a discount code for them. I'll have that stuff in the description below if any of you guys want any of my hand show discounts. You know, I use that camera in the Cybertruck, that's also from them. They make some good stuff. You know, it's not made in the USA, but it's a really, really good product that I like. But what I wanted to show you is the differences on the Juniper. So I'm gonna put you up on the tripod just for a second and walk you through a little something here. So I'll get you as close as I can. But I want you to see how tightly these things fit. And you know, if I pull, you almost got to pull the seat back and get this out of the way. But these things fit in nice and tight. They're good. They got the little grip on the bottom. But I'm not just showing you how the product fits. The reason I'm showing you is because I want you to know how different they are from the other Model Y. These come in and the molding is different. It's not as wide. So these floor mats, believe it or not, and this is the passenger side that fits a little bit better because there's no accelerator and brake. It doesn't fit, right, there's a gap over here, there's a gap up here, and there's a gap up here. So if you're getting the Juniper and you have the old floor mats, whether they're the OEM floor mats or not, they don't fit. So you gotta upgrade, if that's what you care about, you know, protecting your car. I can also show you in the back of the Juniper, there's a few changes here. You know, the cargo mat in the back is kind of nice. You know, the cargo bin also stores down here. I don't use this cargo cover, but it does have a nice store spot down in here. But this cargo mat also fits, but let me show you the other one. This is the older Juniper, and it completely doesn't fit. Let me take out the old one so there's no arguing. So in the back, you can squish it down, but it doesn't line up in the back. But back here in the back, this overlaps differently. It's a different width,
1.1
and it just doesn't fit. So
covers like all my tips.
I guess the long and short of it is,
custom CR9 crates.
If you're gonna get floor mats for the Juniper, you probably need to upgrade. If you don't upgrade, they can fit, but there's gonna be gaps, and the whole weatherproof nature of them isn't being served. These are the hand show brand for the Tesla Model Y. They do fit perfectly. I do have a discount code below. Check them out if you're interested. If you got questions, just leave comments below on the X post, and I'll let you know if what I think about them, what I like them, and how to get more if you're interested. Anyway, let's get in the car and let's go drive this Juniper on my first impressions drive. Stick with me. Well, hey everybody, it's Chuck. We're in the car. Let's go. We got FSD version 14.1.7. I know I just gave you the intro to the car, but what else do we have to say? Let's start self-driving. Wow, look at that. We got a white just to start. I don't know, it's the Juniper. So, what? Look at it. Oh, look at it. It's doing its little robot wash. You know, I cleaned the windscreen with a squeegee this morning, so there may have been some haze up there, but that is actually the first dedicated camera cleaning wash I've seen in my own car. The Cybertruck doesn't do that yet, but did you notice how it used juice immediately, and it did a little back and forth right in front of the camera. It wasn't a full swipe. So that was a dedicated clean the screen, which I think is great. I keep working on it, although, first of all, it used the liquid, which it has never used on the dry wipe before. All right, a commit here.
Yeah,
very easy, a little question mark, not a big one, and a nice, smooth, unprotected left turn there. Traffic's a little bit light, so I'm not kind of too, I messed up my waypoint, didn't I? I'm not, pay attention to the road, Chuck. See, here I am now. I'm switching my points while I'm talking to you, but let me get it going here. Let me get it going. I need to go back to my parking.
Join Google Fi Wireless and get Pixel 9a on us. Make sure no one is left out of your photo with Add Me. Take one with the group, then swap in the photographer. Google Pixel 9a magically merges both photos. Switch today and get it on us.
Should we give him a minute?
Yeah. Come on, Boyd Waker.
The holidays. BMW Road Home Sales Event on now. Hurry in for exceptional offers today.
And it's going back. Done. See if it does the U-turn. See if I got it in time. Editing this screen to keep the waypoints just right. Okay, we have a roller, no traffic. We have some traffic coming. So look at it. Wow, and a strong commit. Now here's the acceleration question. Is it going to boost with a car coming behind me? Not crazy. I would say that was a standard boost. I did not feel any sort of acceleration there up to the speed. I am driving in standard. We might play with some of the speed modes. Guys, this is my first version on V14 on this car, and I have not driven this version until I turn the cameras on with you. So everything I see on the Juniper is going to be a first look. Like, for example, we got the cameras down here, and I got a camera button here. For the first time in the Model Y, I've got a forward-facing camera, so we can start to see if that helps with parking. It does have the little windshield wiper fluid down here. It'll be interesting to see if FSD can ever use that windshield wipe. It's not working though, is it? Am I doing something wrong? I know that little wiper works on the Cybertruck. I wonder if it's not working on the Juniper for me. I think I've done that before though. I think I've washed it since I've owned this car. What do I have to tell you? So I was flying last night, go figure, flying when we get an FSD version update, and both the Cybertruck and the Model Y got it at the exact same time. And I think I've heard from just about everybody that this should be going out to all vehicle types that are AI4 capable simultaneously. I don't think we're on different branches anymore. We're on the .38 branch. We're all together. And, I think it's going wider on the Cybertruck this morning than the other vehicles. So people that weren't in the early access are definitely getting the Cybertruck version this morning. So we'll see if it rolls out to the sexy cars. Oh, we got a train too. Look at that. Shucks, we're just like 2 minutes late from getting a train interaction up here at this intersection. It's an Amtrak train, so it's short. But, coming up to a crossbar or facing a crossbar with a train is definitely something I want to see if they've got training data on. You can see probably out of the wide angle camera, you can see the crossbars were down. And we're at a red light here. That usually is a flashing yellow, allowing us to turn to the left, but it was a red because of the railroad tracks. One of these days, we're going to get a perfect train interaction, and we're going to be able to enjoy it and see what it does. I know these first impressions videos probably don't matter quite as much when many more people are getting it and many more people can experience it. And hey, put out some videos if you feel like driving with the camera and give me your experience. It's always good to get other data points from other people in different areas, like especially with leaves. Here in Florida, I don't have falling leaves to test or to validate. The one thing I did read about pretty consistently on this 5.17 version is that the braking inconsistencies or grabbing is gone. I had noticed that on the Cybertruck. I did not see any braking issues on the very first release of the Cybertruck on 14.1.5. So here's our first stop sign with a creep coming up to this road and a nice commit there. But apparently the guys that drove it out last night in LA and other parts of the country said they didn't feel any braking. So somehow the Tesla AI team was able to take a trained model, post-train it, and get that braking out of the model. I really wish I knew how they did that. I'm fascinated to know how you get rid of a braking action in post-training. And I'm using the word post-training specifically, and I hope I'm not incorrect on that. I don't think they retrained the entire V14.1 model, foundation model, if you want to call it that, to get rid of braking. I think that's post-training to clean it up. Speed bump here, it looks like it did not see that one and slowed down for that one at all. I'm just gonna do a quick snapshot. I'm gonna try to use those as many as I can to see things. It was a little bit...
You take those?
What would I say? Not well marked, kind of gray in the shadows. It wasn't very distinct with contrast on that speed bump. There is one more up here. Let's see if we get any slowdown for the last one. I can already see it. The contrast is different. It's darker. It's got better white. Yeah, it's slowing down just fine for this one here. So, okay, next is a unprotected left turn into a center turn lane environment, no median. We have two cars in front of us this time. So it'll be interesting to see what their behavior is in this kind of lightest traffic. I'm about 30 minutes behind rush hour, so I didn't catch most of it. I also want to get feedback from you guys on my camera recording. As you know, I don't have my HDMI extract. We don't have an engineering solution for the Juniper. I still have my old screen. It's in a box and boxed up. If anybody has a Model 3 or a Model Y prior to the refreshes of Highland and Juniper, reach out to me on chat or DM. I'm going to sell the screen at a discount for what I paid for it. It's not cheap. I'm not going to say it's cheap, but if you wanted to get into video recording your screen, this is the best way of doing it, especially if you're going to make content. So anyway, and I can give you the point of contact if you want to reach out to the guy that made it too, just to let you make your own choice. Anyway, just so you know, reach out to me if you're interested in that screen. But what I have to do now, which is what others have done, is do kind of a screen regrab from the 4K camera that's kind of at my head that gets this front view. I know Dirty Tesla has replaced his front view with a full 360 view. I think I'm going to try to keep my 360 view up in the overhead, picture-in-picture mode. Give me feedback on that if you like. All right, we're next. Both of those guys we're wide open to the left, and we got one guy from the right. Oh, wow, he had his blinker on and was turning early, and that was a good one. I don't know if you can see that other car, but it made a very good, rapid decision. No braking issues at all there. Gosh, this build feels good. We are on a 14.1, and Elon has been talking about 14.2, and I almost think there's some confusion on what 14.2 is and the way Elon's kind of describing it. I know that it's probably going to be a completely retrained model, but like the braking issues, I believe he posted that version was what was going to fix them. Everybody's kind of reporting that it's already fixed, so I'm kind of like, why would you need to wait on 14.2? I don't think that 14.2 is going to be an evolution from 14.1.7. I think that's going to be a completely different build, trained build, if that's, and I think that one might be where we get our parameter count bump and some other things. So I just everybody keep it with a little bit of open mind on what we mean on these different version numbers when we go to a .2. Okay, we have a parking scenario here. We're going into a parking lot. We got two cars here. It made a good decision. We have a light here. It could have gone to, but it's going to this intersection. There's a small gap here and a nice smooth commit without any sort of acceleration there. And this is a diagonal parking lot scenario here that I've left into the training, and it is going down the diagonals the right way, which is great. And let's see which one of these spots it picks here. You're going to take me all the way up as close as you can. You're going to pick the handicap spot. Look at that. You didn't go to the handicap spot. That's great. Maybe there was some post-training on that. There was a spot definitely designated there.
What's up, you Kasha?
Okay, and I'm not going to waste any time chit-chatting. That was fine. I don't have any questions with that.
I'm playing some Fortnite.
I'm glad
Maybe
I
later.
avoided that handicap spot. It was that means they have identified that. It doesn't mean it's going to work every time.
Sounds cool.
But it does mean
New Simpsons season sounds cool, guys.
that at least there's acknowledgement of a handicap spot in the model and in the understanding of what to do. So we'll keep an eye on that. If any of you get some handicap spot parking, you know, see if you can describe it well, why it did it. Did it not see the handicap signs in the last second as it pulled in? Was it not very well marked? Was the paint worn off? You know, why did it take the handicap spot? I'm not sure how they're going to address that unless they do like a slider button in the features and navigation section. You know, like in here in navigation, you know, we have like these things like avoid tolls, avoid ferries, avoid highways. What if there was, you know, allow handicap parking or something like that? That's all they would have to do to flip that switch if they truly had the context of understanding what a handicap spot was and what it looked like. I know many drivers that drive their Teslas that are entitled to those handicap spots, and it would really be a game changer for them.
Come on, smite him.
And especially those that have more significant disabilities.
Springfield.
Okay, green light here.
Yeah, Springfield.
Coming left. Cool. We're going to the supercharger next. We are outside of our school zone. Well, you know what? It's still flashing yellow, but I think we have 1 more minute.
Does it avoid wake?
We'll see if we catch it. It's 7:59 a.m. I can see the school zone up there still flashing. How funny it'll be if that sign stops flashing at the last second.
I have like streaming.
But at the moment, it's flashing yellow for a school zone. So here we go. It looks like we got a school zone scenario coming up. Flashing yellow. It's going into the left lane in standard and definitely slowing down right here.
This guy's so smiteable, guys.
Definitely. When's it going to go to 15? All the way down. Look at it, all the way down. We got a crossing guard over there. 15 is showing. Perfectly handled. Even went into the passing lane as if it could have gone faster. End school zone sign is right there. So now is when everybody should be accelerating, but we're not. So this is into that. I've already shown this many times. This is into that map data layer of how does it know when it ends. And there it picked up right there. There was a center turn lane only sign there that had nothing to do with the school zone. But it picked up some sort of context right about that same spot that it did last time for speeding up. But hey, Tesla, I'm still going to give you a bravo for school zones. If the lights are flashing, you seem to have it every single time. I do think we have a little bit of an issue with signs that are only time-based without a flasher to indicate the status. The flasher seems to be the key element right now for why it works consistently.
Oh my gosh, I'm about
That's
to
an
die.
infrastructure problem. You're not going to get those flashers everywhere. Humans have to know, you know, where a school zone is, and if you don't, you might get a ticket. So, and I will say a lot of people speed through school zones that don't know they're there and get tickets or are dangerously driving through school zones. So humans do it too. But it's still, that's something, if you're going to try to solve it, I don't know how we're going to get there without the... I don't think you can depend on map data for that. I think you truly have to be able to read signs at that point. Because that map data layer is just infinitely complex. It spreads the world in multiple languages as we deploy FSD in many, many different languages, countries with different languages. I just don't feel like map data is the right way to go there. Now, for Robotaxi, you could probably do map data layer all you want. If you're going to have pre-designated Robotaxi areas and you want to do high definition maps, that's great. Okay, coming into the Wawa, we've done this. I'm doing the same route for you guys, so it's the same every single time.
I like speed runs.
And let's see how the Juniper backs into the spot. A couple vehicles here just parked for deliveries.
You're the best divorce lawyers in town.
It's showtime, ladies.
Stand up straight. And breeze into that room like a storm blowing home.
In fact, this guy said, guys, more loot. has more to lose.
Looks like we got perfect urinal
flight.
protocol being honored by all of these
flight,
Teslas,
brother.
and I'm the first Tesla to come up that has to violate the urinal
Here,
protocol,
going
right?
podcast,
I
I
gotta
think,
go in between somebody.
Yeah, I've been
See
like
how evenly spaced out everybody is? We even
guys.
got a Mustang Mach-E here.
24 mil, guys. Guys, how do we smite him? What do you have? I think he... Oh, 13k dragon arrows, guys. What the heck? Good fight, man. Power amulet. But he brought all his arrows, bro. That actually covers for almost the bonds here, both bonds. The bank went down like 300 mil, guys.
All right, you gonna keep on going with that one? You gonna one shot it? Or you gonna take another shot?
Went
Nice.
down so
You
much.
got this. You just there you go. Look at you.
300 mil, guys.
Using your little neural network brain. And look at this big truck coming around, and we snuck in at the last second, and the truck's there, and we're gonna hit self-driving and leave. How about that? All right, supercharging, check. Yeah, guys, this build so far, no braking issues. I'm definitely not using the word stabbing. If you're out there and we taught you that word, let's try to stop using it. And they were brake jabs. It was a good term at first for what we were feeling, to give it a feeling and a context. Oh, and we're going this way again. You know, this happened to me on the Cybertruck the other day, and it's definitely not a problem. You know, I'm the supervisor here. I can do whatever I want. Let me see if I can find a better 295 there. Do I have a, no, pay attention to the road, Chuck. Resense. All right, it locked in pretty quick there when I looked forward. If I go back here and add that, and I hit done, will it U-turn? Yes. Oh, look at it doing that. Quickly reroute. You're gonna find your way back. I gave it the supercharger to get me going back. Look at that. Now it's rerouting again. It wants to go left. What I really want to do is a U-turn. We got crossing guards here. Why wouldn't it be cool if we got a crossing guard interaction? Green light here.
Green lights.
School bus here, parked over on the side of the road.
Thank you, good share, brother.
Still haven't gotten an actual school bus scenario without stalking them. Am I making this longer than it needs to be by just trying to force this intersection? What if I edit it now? You never know where you're gonna go when you edit FSD. Look at what I did to you. I changed your mind again.
You live? Yes.
That's where I want to go. That's fine. We'll just go
24
this
mil,
way.
guys. Good.
What else can we talk about? FSD's kind of getting boring, isn't it? I mean, it's not boring for those of you that don't have it. And I really hope this goes wider and we get this in many, many more countries soon. It is so good. You know, when I fly with pilots, the first officers I fly with, and we start talking about cars, those of you that don't know what it's like up in the cockpit, let me tell you how this goes. You know, we show up, we have a 2-day trip, so we're gonna go, fly one day, spend the night in a hotel, we're gonna fly the next day, right? So we got 2 days, and we know we're
Hey, Ben, I've been all right. Thanks for asking me.
gonna, kind of get to know each other a little bit. When you first show up, we know each other as pilots, but I hadn't flown with this person yet. You shake your hand, what's your name? I kind of know his name, but you kind of introduce yourself and where do you live? How far do you drive? Do you commute? You got family, you got kids, and then then you take off and you kind of start asking about their career history, kind of get a sense of their background. Like I'm a military pilot, and this fellow I flew with this week went to a civilian flight school in Florida and stuff like that, and you just kind of get to know each other.
I believe that.
It's great. I mean, but it's a very kind of specific routine, and you don't know a lot about each other, but you also got a lot of time to figure it out, so you don't need to rush. You kind of ease into these conversations. You don't ask all the questions at once. And this fellow I was flying with this week, you know, I don't come right out and say I drive Teslas, right? You know, that's a conversation for later. Might sneak in there. I don't say, you know, other things that I'm into, like the honeybees and stuff like that. The beekeeping thing comes out easier because everybody kind of is interested in that, and it's an easy subject to talk about, and it's not controversial at all. You know, nobody's ever argued with me about beekeeping. People have argued with me about supporting Tesla.
It's pretty overpowered in
But then we get into full self-driving. So the reason I'm telling you this story is to kind of give you a sense of how conversations go. And, you know, about 8 or 10 hours into the day, you get into a conversation about your drive to work. And I decided to introduce the fact that I said, well, I really don't drive to work. You know, I've got a 2.5-hour drive to, you know, Orlando from Jacksonville. But I said, I don't know, we're up here in the flight deck and we got the autopilot on and we're just sitting here talking. I said, this is kind of what it's like for me to drive to work. I get in my driveway and I press that button and away we go. And I swear, on version 14.1.5 on this week, I didn't touch the steering wheel of the pedal on Interstate 95, Interstate 4, Toll Road 417, Toll Road 528, into the parking lot. It was perfect. Excuse me for clear my throat. And when you introduce that subject of full self-driving to somebody that does not own Teslas, this is when you get to look at someone and see if they're politically concerned about you supporting Tesla, they're doubters of the technology, or they think they understand and they're rationalizing it to something that they already own. And that's usually where most people go. They own some sort of BMW or some sort of Mercedes or maybe a Ford or something that's got some sort of lane keep assist and radar distance keeping, and they say, yeah, my car has that. And then you get into the conversation of, okay, I don't want to shut them down and say, no, you don't have that. That's not how you keep good crew communication in the cockpit. You don't kind of build rapport with each other by shutting anyone down. You start to come up with examples. And I don't really try to prove anybody right or wrong, but I'm like, listen, this latest version I got, it did this, it did that, it changes this, it really, really is good. And then I found out this guy had owned a Tesla before. He had a Model 3 on lease. And they got rid of it at the end of their lease and went to something else. This was a hardware 3 car. This was early on, and I don't even know if they owned FSD at all, so I can't answer that. But I do know that they owned a Tesla, so they knew somewhat about where it was, the state of it. But I said, listen, that hardware 3 car you owned, I had one too. It was good for where it was at the time, but it does not even compare to where we are now. I said, even Tesla is not able to put the software out on these cars at the same time because of their capabilities right now and the amount of effort they're spending on trying to bring hardware 3 up to parity. So I'm telling you this long conversation to give you a little bit of a sense of what pilots do in the flight deck when they try to build conversations, keep crew coordination alive and working together in subjects that are easy to talk about and subjects that are maybe hard to talk about. It is fun. I really do enjoy it. I meet a lot of people. I meet a lot of fascinating hobbies and things. At the end of the trip, you end up shaking each other's hand. You go out to the parking lot, and you'll see them in a few weeks if you ever fly again. That's just kind of how it goes. But that conversation that we have with our friends, our neighbors, our relatives about where FSD is now, possibly where it's going, and how good it is, how expensive it is, or how not expensive it is. Is it worth $99 a month or the all-purchase buy-in? And what safety features are included. And I'm here to no right on red. No, I can turn right on red, and it's just waiting, isn't it? Look at me just waiting here. I have a guy behind me honking. It doesn't say no right on red, and it's not going. If I get a honk, I'm tapping the accelerator. It's going to go now. So I think I could have gone right there, guys. I waited and waited and waited and waited. It did not go right there. It was a hard right arrow. It did not say no right on red. So I'm not sure what the right answer on the law was, but it decided to wait. Just making the data point there. And that's how it handled it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go roundabout, done, change that, and see how we get back on the highway. So we're not going to get a whole lot of highway here. We're going to get a little bit of traffic. I'm going to go ahead and speed it up into Mad Max mode just so you guys can see how it handles the traffic. I'm going to go that way. I want to go, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. It's changing its mind. I want that. No, I kind of want it. It's changing its mind multiple times. Maybe we'll go that way. It's completely avoiding the traffic though. It gave me 3 options without staying on the highway here, and I picked a new route that I've never done before just to give us some variety. But we are going to be getting on the highway. I did want to just show you highway. I keep this in my route, but you see how it chose that route to get off the highway because of that traffic. All 3 options it gave me, none of them were on the highway. Anyway, the conversation that we have with our family and friends about FSD is an important one to have. They need to understand, they're going to understand you love it. They need to understand how good it is, but how much safety is going to start to be included in these versions when we get people that will turn it on. Everybody's not going to turn it on. I get that. We have to get more people to turn it on, and there are new options to do it now. You know, there's some renting options that are now coming out in certain areas. I don't think that's everywhere right now, so you have to kind of pick and choose where that is an option. But, you know, getting people in the driver's seat is honestly the best way. So if you own a Tesla with FSD, you know, when you go give somebody a ride to say, hey, let me show you, if you trust them and are comfortable with it, put them in the driver's seat. It makes a difference on what it feels like. Because when you're the driver, you're the one with the controls, and your natural muscle reactions are the ones reaching for the accelerator or the brake when your environment changes around you. When you're in the passenger seat, you don't have those same natural
And back. Ready for action, guys.
Natural muscle memory reactions that you don't have to make in an FSD car. You have to feel it. You're the one in the driver's seat that would normally be stopping for a yellow light or dodging a dog or a kid running out in the road, and you're the one that's going to feel the car reacting before you even got your foot on the pedal. So I really think it's important that we get butts in seats. Butts in seats is the best way to sell FSD, and I'm not saying from a profit standpoint by Tesla. I'm talking from a safety standpoint of people using the software for what it will enable. Obviously, if Tesla sells more FSD, that's good for the company, but that's not why I'm talking about it. It's just using this technology and expanding this technology into the robotaxi and autonomous world. That is hugely important to get these things fixed. The fact I was able, in a Cybertruck, to get all the way home from Orlando to Jacksonville without touching the steering pedal at, almost midnight is a game changer for me. I was tired. It was late at night. I might have honestly considered splitting that drive up, stopping and getting out and walking around, but because I had FSD on, I felt like it had my back. I wasn't sleeping in the car or anything like that, but it just shows you how having that extra layer of safety allows you to raise your situational awareness and see things going on around you and not necessarily have to have the reaction time you would
I think I fought this guy before.
if you were the one completely responsible for driving. And honestly, to go back to a flight deck analogy, flying the plane, that is exactly what the autopilot does for a pilot. When we're at the top of descent and we're in the cruise phase, and if you're just a passenger, think of it this way. Have you ever noticed you sit back in the seat and all of a sudden you feel the plane slow down, you hear the engines spool back a little bit, they get a little bit quieter, and you start coming down, you feel a nice, gentle descent? We're descending at probably 1,000 feet a minute, maybe up to 2,000, 3,000 feet a minute, a little bit lower. And that descent requires a lot of planning that we've already done, but when we're descending into a major city, we have a lot of constraints that we have to put the plane through. We have to descend at a certain airspeed. We have to meet very specific altitude restrictions. We have to cross little waypoints in the sky at exactly the right altitude and airspeed. And then we're turning and navigating around. These are called arrivals. These arrivals are very constrained, but what they do is they give the air traffic controllers a predictable map where every airplane coming into this area to land on a specific runway will be lined up and in the right place in order to put them in a good position to land. But these arrivals require flying at the level of precision that is actually very difficult to do manually. Calculating the correct descent rate based on your airspeed and your tailwind. And there's some mental tricks that you learn as a young pilot to do these things. But when you're flying a commercial aircraft and your objective is a perfectly smooth descent that the passengers can barely even notice, it really does take a computer to fly that smoothly. So we have the autopilot on and it's descending. But while I've got 15 constraints in front of me going into Orlando last night at 9 o'clock, the plane is on autopilot. I've got my computer programmed with the altitudes and the speeds and the waypoints where it needs to go, just like I've got this car programmed with the waypoints where it's gonna go. It's programmed. It knows where it's gonna go. It's got the speed limits, it's got the lights, it's got the turns, just like my flight management system. So it's navigating. But the point I'm trying to make is when the vehicle, either an aircraft or the car, is doing the navigation, both speed, lateral, vertical, and power control, what that allows you to do is become an automation manager, right? And as a pilot, when the plane is flying, I'm not chit-chatting and not looking. I'm allowed to look at the screens, I look at the screen, I look at the speed, I make sure the plane's doing what I think it's doing, I double check that I've got it programmed correctly, and I'm looking for other things around. I might start worrying a little bit more about turbulence, or I might start thinking about other things that are going on in the aircraft. Maybe a maintenance issue that I need to think about at landing. My mind can go other places than the physical control of airspeed and altitude. I say all of that to say that now that we have FSD 14, getting to the level that we truly are not looking for the next disengagement or the next intervention, that we can become automation managers in the vehicle while we're still here. And I know many of you might say, but we're not gonna be in the driver's seat long, and that's fine, and maybe we won't be. But maybe the Hardware 3 cars are gonna remain level 3 supervised for a long time. It's the same case for them. It allows you to see everything around and to manage the situation better. You see more, you notice more. Because you're not focused, your brain is not using the actual cycles to calculate speed, distance, and time, and deceleration, acceleration. Like that yellow light. It made a decision for me. I felt a tiny little brake tap as it went through its iterations, but it went through it, and that was fine. I didn't have to lift my leg, hit the brake, and decide to stop very, very quickly. It may have decided to go through that yellow light because of a factor I didn't notice. Maybe there was a car on my tail. Maybe there was something else. I hope that point makes sense, because I use that over and over and over in my mind as the reason that I think this technology is just fascinating, is because it allows us to become automation managers. And at some point, you're going to be in the back seat and not having to even manage the automation because the automation is so good. So you're going to become the passenger in my airplane in your own car one day. That's the end game, is that you're going to stop being the car pilot. You're going to become the car passenger. And that will be a game changer too. That will now allow other things. That might allow you one day to have a drink at a birthday party, dinner, or a wedding and get home safely that night without having to call an Uber or ask somebody to drive you home. That is a very valid use case. Look at it change its mind here in that direction. Road closed. Did you see that? Oh my God. I didn't even know this road was closed. It had the blinker on, it slowed down, and it went straight through it.
Hey, co-pilot. How do I go there? What sort of thrust does this thing have on it?
Hey, co-pilot, that's a cool mic. What is it?
That's the HyperX Quadcast 2S.
I hate writing about myself. Help me turn my portfolio into a bio.
Inspired by her cat Ziggy, Jenna's work is a contrast of sturdy form and wild color.
I like that. How about that hat? Let's talk about that chair.
Do you see what I'm highlighting?
You're talking to your computer. Can you show me how?
Show me that visual.
Oh, that's nice.
What would you like me to do next?
That is in the release notes.
Awesome, donkey.
Good job. It wasn't map data. It just saw road closed. There was a police car with its light and a road closed sign, and it remapped. Bravo, Tesla. Wow. How did you know? Did you use your little neural network brain to figure that out? Huh. I love thinking about things like that. All right, I'm going to end that conversation on automation management, but I hope that was useful to put things in context, how I think about this, how the automation is really getting so good that it changes my role as a supervisor.
Max hit.
And you know what? If it takes a long time to go on supervisor, I don't care. I want to get to the point where I don't get nagged. And speaking of nags, let's see if the nags have changed. You've seen me get nagged a couple times. See, I got the green light up here, but we're going to do a test here when we get on a straightaway with my phone, and we're going to see if it's getting a little bit more tolerant of texting. Okay, look, we got to stop here. Did you see that? It had a stop sign. The car that did not need to stop had stopped, and it ignored the stop sign so that it did not create a situation that was confusing. It broke the rule because of the situation. Now, it could have stopped and said, nope, I've got the stop sign. You go. But it didn't. It went through the stop sign because of the obvious trajectory of the other car, and it did not create that awkward robo-taxi car awkwardness. Wow. That was really good. I don't think I've seen it run a stop sign due to a context situation yet. Now, that was an NM1 example, but man, does that make me think of some other things. Okay, so we're coming up on this wonky five-way intersection that Jacksonville built. It's not a turbo roundabout. It's not a roundabout. It's around a railroad track bout. Look, here we are crossing the railroad tracks. Now we got to go left, and there's signs everywhere. There's crosswalks everywhere, and apparently even the locals around here don't know how to use this thing yet. It's enormous. It's got multiple entrances and exits, but I don't know. This car doesn't seem to mind it at all. All right, we're going up to this waypoint I've added. I added this waypoint so it takes us through that roundabout. I don't really care to do the testing up here where it takes me. So I'm going to allow this remap here to take us down College, which is a nice little street with some parking on it and things like that, but we're not going to park. Nice stop there at the line. if you want to stop at the line. There's a whole conversation I'm having on X also with where are you supposed to stop at the stop signs. And I give Project RCC some credit for bringing this to my attention. I hadn't looked up the law, but there actually is a code about how to use a stop sign with a line, with a crosswalk, and with nothing. And the Tesla stops way behind the stop sign as if there was a line everywhere, just about. Well, except for roundabouts where it ignores them. But what the law says, and look it up in your own state or country if you're curious about this, a stop sign with a white line is supposed to stop behind the white line. A stop sign with a crosswalk has to stop behind the crosswalk. A stop sign with no line or crosswalk is supposed to go all the way, even if it includes past the stop sign, to the best position for visibility prior to crossing the intersection. So I guess the point is it in many situations it's stopping at an awkward spot when it ought to be rolling all the way to the intersection when there is no crosswalk and there is no white line. And there are a lot of those in this country. So take a note of that and think it through about how they've had to program the NHTSA stop in here, but now that there's that subtlety, maybe the NHTSA stop is actually kind of being overdone according to the law. And tell me what you think and how they should program it. I mean, obviously, I would like it to go further to the intersection if the law doesn't require them to stop, because that saves that little pause, proceed, and then go kind of a situation. I don't know. I think it's an interesting conversation. I know that the NHTSA stop is hard-coded a little bit. And when I say hard-coded, I don't know if it's a heuristic stack or if it's just dedicated videos into the neural network. Oh, and speaking of which, did you guys see that Andrej Karpathy this week got a brand new Model X? And it was delivered with FSD 13.2.9. And apparently at the Tesla dealership, when he picked it up, the very nice delivery agent asked, Andrej if he would like any help understanding how to use FSD. And he just very, very politely, didn't make a big deal out of who he was. And he just said, no, I think I got this. And he took his new Model X and went driving. And he gave a nice post on X of where he thought FSD was as kind of to where it was when he was in charge of Tesla AI. When he was there, he made this kind of very famous statement about, code 1.0 to code 2.0, which was the end-to-end neural networks eating up the code 1.0. Look at that choice to stop before crossing the intersection there. That was good. Another very good context-aware situation. But Andrej made a nice post about how great FSD was. He was obviously bragging about how smooth it was, but making also some references of how far neural networks have come from basically where he knew they were going. If you're on X, I really encourage you to look for that post. I did repost it a little bit so to get it some more visibility to folks that follow me about FSD. And it made me kind of chuckle a little bit to think about all of the heuristic code that his team had to fix things like stop signs. And if you go back in my video library on YouTube, I've got them going back to November 20 of 20. It was doing this very programmatic routine, which worked in many situations, but it wasn't global. So for example, that heuristic stack would have never run that stop sign unless it didn't see it. Because of the behavior of another vehicle. It didn't have that context-aware situation. There weren't enough if-then-else statements they could have added in their C# stack to do that, to handle every situation. So, golly, it's just so amazing how many conversations to think I've just had here, and I'm not even really thinking about where we're driving. I don't know, we're gonna need to come up with a new name for this. You know those shows that they had on TV? What's it, Cash Cab and Cab Karaoke or whatever? Look at this guy backing out here. See him backing up? Okay, just in case you don't see me, I'm going to give you more room. And we're turning left here anyway. Just smooth as butter. God, there used to be a day where it would see something like that and it would just hit the brakes hard. Those days are gone. If you were sitting in the back, you would have never even known that car was backing out and posed a risk. Wouldn't have even known it. Just because this car handled it so smoothly. It just kind of slowly went around in the turn lane and made its decision. What is more parameter count even going to mean? Is it going to see more? Is it gonna have better context? And I don't know, I haven't had a situation that needed more context on this drive. Man, this is unbelievable. I know I say that, you guys think I'm just hyping it, but when you're sitting in this seat, God, I hope you guys get a chance to drive this. When you sit in this seat, and this very comfortable Juniper, by the way, it is just amazing how far it's come. And the things I used to have to worry about and have my hands ready to go, I'm not even there. My level of automation has just come so high because of the situation I've got. All right, okay, I've got parking lot selected. Let me take it off of Mad Max and just go back to standard. I didn't need it in Mad Max that whole time. So here we go. Let's see if we get the thin chain test on the Juniper. A little bit different situation with a box truck here. So it may go past the box truck. Nope, it's got its spot here. Let's see what it does. It's gonna back in. You know, it's gonna do this. And guys, it's gonna fail this test. I can feel it. It's failing it. Okay, so it didn't do that like we wanted, so we're just gonna go ahead and hit self-driving and we're gonna go. And a little bit of steering wheel jerkiness as it thinks through where it's going. Oh, it's still got my destination behind me in there. Nope, it's good. I need to get my waypoints. The cul-de-sac is next. So the thin chain test is still kind of a tough one. I don't know what to say there. I need to get, I mean, it's just too thin. I can see it in the camera, so you should argue that it can see it and needs to be able to see it. It just can't see it yet.
Radio?
All right, there's Riverside Parking. And let me go to Biscotti's. I still owe my phone test. There's Biscotti's. After Biscotti's, can I get to Fishweir? Want to go to Fishweir after Biscotti's? No, let's take Fishweir out. Let's just do FSD return. It is not, I'm sitting here looking at the screen that whole time and it didn't nag me once. So there's definitely a little bit of tolerance in there. Maybe it was the speed or something. All right, cul-de-sac test here. Let's think about what our parking is. We still got these same options. I don't want parking garage. I want parking lot there. Curbside just kind of stops like an Uber. And I need to remember to change the street parking. You guys got to remind me of that before I get there so I don't forget. All right, 2 cars to go. I think it's going to go for this next one here. There it is. No braking issues. No braking. The most questionable thing I've seen on this drive as far as what am I going to do was that steering wheel behavior when I re-engaged FSD before the sequence of waypoints had cycled through. It still had the parking spot behind me as its destination when I re-engaged it. I mean, it was at 0 speed, so, you know, turning the steering wheel like that at 0 speed doesn't really matter. It's just thinking it through.
Hello, brother.
Interesting. Do you see this route it's got going around the block here? I mean, I'm going up to this waypoint up there. Why do you think it has that around the block instead of going right there? I bet there's no reason to go that way. It's almost like that's the road closed behavior. I do see some sidewalk closed things up there, but the road is definitely not closed. Now I'm flashing yellow, so I didn't get the green light here for some reason. There's a good sized gap after this Jeep, so it should kind of just, yep, there's our pre-roll, and here we go. Let's see what our parking options down here are. Ooh, we got a truck with a trailer. Ooh, this could create some scenarios. I don't want to make him have to do anything funny since he's got the trailer.
Good fight, brother.
What's he? Oh, guys, what are you doing? You're going into the garage. I know it.
Point 2.
Oh, this is a parking lot. It's okay. All right. So this is perfectly legit. This is a parking lot. Now, I don't think I'm allowed to park here because this is private. But if you leave it here, I'm going to say you did what I told you to do. Remember when I told you about programming my waypoints in the airplane and getting all the crossing restrictions right? It's kind of like that, getting the destination right. So now I need to, at the next one, I want to go street side, but I don't have that option yet. So I don't want to go driveway and I don't want to go curbside. See how it goes around these cones. Cones are still represented as little occupancy network blobs. There's still no assets for that. Parking lot and curbside is the only option. I don't have street, so we'll just leave it on parking lot. Let's see what happens. Where's it gonna go? God, see, look at it. It's going around this street. Oh, wait, where am I going? Oh, I'm going to 5 points. That's fine. I got my waypoints mixed up, guys. That's my fault. Did you see that? She was waving at the robot. Because the light turned green, she was right in front of me, and she waved at the robot, apologizing for being in the crosswalk. Robot didn't care. Oh, guess what we've named? We named the car Dormouse. Possum was good, but you know, having the same name for 2 cars in a row is a little different. So this car's name is Dormouse. So when I refer to the robot, this is Dormouse. You see me posting pictures on X or whatever. So this next intersection is 5 points. It's kind of busy around this wacky flashing light intersection. Everybody doesn't have to stop. It's angled parking up here. The parking has never been an issue on V14. It's done it pretty good. How it's handled the stop sign, the traffic that does not stop, and the flashing light has been a little bit dynamic. They don't have to stop. And if they're locals and know that, they don't. And it waited on both of them just fine. So that was a very good scenario.
Kitchen,
and then anywhere up here, you should pull into these angled parking spots. Let's see if it takes the first one or if it waits. You gonna park next to your sister? Look at you parking next to your sister. Oh, look at that. There's a pedestrian in there that had to get out of the way.
Look at my analytics on.
And it did. Kind of nudged him out of the way, didn't you, Dormouse? All right, so put yourself in park, and then we're gonna go. So now you gotta back up. Trailers. Ooh. Edging your way out. My foot's on the brake because it's rolling. Cars are. I just, you know, when I look in the camera, I can't be that comfortable because I don't have the depth perception. But it was pre-rolling right into those cars with the red on there. But it did it just fine. Oh my God. You know, with the ultrasonic sensors, we had a little bit of visual depth perception with inches, right? You know, we can see how far it is. In these cameras, you know, I can't judge distance to the level of precision I need to. You know, if I see a car coming, I just wait. It's just pre-rolling back going, yeah, I got room. Well, that's efficiency. It had room. Ooh, I felt a brake tap there. First one I felt. I don't know why. What do you guys think? I'm going to tap the snapshot button just for Tesla, just in case they see something there. It was just one tap. Was it a shadow? Was it those cars parked in the grass back there? It wasn't a multiple tap, though. It was one tap. But it was an unexpected deceleration tap that I didn't see anything as I drove by it. I'm not worried about it. I'm just trying to give the team data in case they see something they need. I can't see to the left here, so if I'm going to go right on red, I need to creep. It's not creeping yet. There's the creep.
Double 68.
Wonder what it was waiting on for the creep there. Was it like an obvious there's cars going by, I don't need to creep yet? Was it staying out of the crosswalk as long as it could? Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was staying out of the crosswalk while it was obvious it didn't have a gap. And then it went into the crosswalk. There's no gaps coming, so I don't know what it's going to do here, unless it just waits on the light. Another 5 cars now. Looks like a light created a scenario back there. See if it pre-rolls it. Can you see the future? Ready, set, go. Yep, you saw the future. You started rolling. All right, is my parking still set? Standard park. See, it went to driveway. So see how this is different? So it was parking lot for the other spot because that's what it was. But now I'm doing street. So these context menus need to be... I don't know. Maybe it's the right way. I just don't like it.
No.
It feels like I need to be prompted.
Both jumpers.
It's like me forgetting to... I don't know. What's the right pilot explanation when you forget something like that you mean to come back to? I don't know. It's like the runway changed and I forgot to change the runway. That's a pretty big one, though. Maybe that's not the right example. In any case, I've got street park. Oh, look at this jaywalker. Oh, look at her in the center turn lane, and I'm acknowledging it, and she's like already there, and she's like, well, I was gonna wait. Yep. Look at that. completely waited on a jaywalker that was truly just trying to wait in the center turn lane for me to continue and go by. Was it the right thing? I think it absolutely was the right thing because she continued to show trajectory. Her feet were moving. She was slowly walking. So it did it. All right, street parking coming up.
Look,
I
brother.
got somebody behind me, so we got to do a good blinker thing. We got to find a spot kind of here in this next block. It's got its blinker on. Oh, it's got an easy one, so we can just pull forward in this way.
You good? Yeah, good.
Yep. Nice pull forward.
Wow.
You gotta. How close you gonna get? Let me give it the camera. See, is it gonna stop? Yeah, it just stopped. It said I can one-shot that. All right, start self-driving. Take me to the next spot. Ooh, look at you bossing out of the front like you had room. I would have backed up. Dang. Wow. I'm glad you can see. That was close. For me, it probably wasn't close for the car. Where are we going next? Biscotti's? Yep.
For an elf, the holidays are stressful, but Verizon's got a bonkers deal on the new Google Pixel 10. Gemini, when's the next train coming?
Right now.
Ah, nutcrackers. Gemini, where am I?
You're in a blender.
Okay. Time for elf care. Gemini, find me a massage, please. Oh, that was fast.
Get Google Pixel 10 with Gemini and Watch and Tab, all for $0. No trade-in needed on any plan.
The new iPhone 17 Pro?
And she said she didn't want anything.
Well, getting AT&T's best deal helped.
Good call.
Get the all-new iPhone 17 Pro on us, the most powerful iPhone yet. Most expensive plan not required.
It was my idea.
Hear that?
Somebody said Biscotti's ought to sponsor these guys because I mentioned the name so much. I thought that was kind of funny. Hey, if you work at Biscotti's, let me know if you want to sponsor this video. I'm not looking for sponsors. People do reach out to me about sponsorships. Some of the dumbest products you can imagine. I don't touch dumb products, but I don't know. I guess once you get so many views or so many followers, I don't know what it is on YouTube. Nobody on X, I think, reaches out to me. It's all YouTube based. They reach out and they say, hey, what if we send you our product and blah, blah, blah. They think their cheap little whatever product is worth me talking about. I don't do that. If you're a Tesla product and I like it, yeah, I kind of go there. Like I do with the floor mats. I talked about those already at the beginning of the video. I like those floor mats, so I talk about them. I give you discount codes. If they give you discounts to save you money, hey, great. A lot of people have those discount codes. I'm not saying you got to use mine, use anybody's, but hey, if you're in the market and you watch this video, that's what it's for. Ooh, nice deceleration there. Very smooth, right curve. He kind of braked a little bit of a different rate. We didn't go around him. It just kind of waited on him, but it had a nice, good, smooth braking curve there. So we're a little over halfway through the video. Oh my God, we're 55 minutes into this video. Holy smokes, this is gonna be a long one. But what do you guys think about the screen editing I've been able to do? There's one complicated part to this, is that the white balance of one camera as it adjusts to the daylight coming through the screen affects the brightness on the screen. And setting keyframes to edit the brightness on this screen takes a lot of time. This video does not get enough views for me to probably go to that level of editing effort to get the white balance just right, you know, throughout a long video so that it looks as perfect as it can be. That's why the screen was so great, because I didn't have to worry about that. It was just a feed. But now that I'm doing it differently, I'm just gonna, I'll ask for input. If some of you guys are experts out there, if you've seen it done in a better way than I'm doing it, just give me some comments or reach out to me and let me know what I could try. I learn from the crowd, and you guys are better at most of this stuff than I am, at least collectively anyway. Wow, look at that blinged out car. Wow. Ooh, she likes sparkles. I made an assumption of she there. All right. Not much to see on this road. You know, we do have a flashing light coming up here, and we used to have a bug where these flashing lights on the screen would turn
good
red
luck
at the
then.
last second. Somebody asked me about that, and I said, you know, I don't know. So let's pay attention to that on this one. Yellow, 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 yellow. Never turned red. Didn't turn red that time. Maybe it's fixed. I don't know if it was a bug or not. It may have just been a UI thing, but... I don't know, guys. Feels like a robotaxi to me. It's good. It's safe. You know, there are some corner cases. You know, some people posting videos about the robotaxis in Austin occasionally having some little bugs. And,
right here.
you know, Waymo has those too, so I'm not saying that there's a systemic problem there. The question is the solution of the remote driver adequate to get it out of situations it will find itself in as we scale? I use we collectively, a robotaxi in Austin and San Francisco and now Miami, LA, and San Antonio and some other cities. Dallas, I think, is the other city it's expanding to. You know, is the recovery system adequate to manage the one-offs that will happen?
Go use the restroom.
I think the remote system is very responsive. So I...
Nice. Oh, I lost my target.
I say the answer is yes. All right, it's got its right blinker on. It's looking for spots. Slow down looking. Nope, that's not one. Can't go there. There's one. You can take that one, and bam, you took it. First one. First one that was open, you jumped in. Nice job. You had already remapped looking for parking, too. All right, start self-driving. Let's go. Backing up. Nothing in the way. You can see better than me. It definitely does not back up as far as I do as a human because I'm always worried about the turning radius, you know, to get out of the way in front of the car. It knows its front turning radius, especially on the Cybertruck. I noticed that, you know, it turns the Cybertruck so close, what it feels like close to other vehicles, but because of the sitting height and the short.
Join Google Fi Wireless and get Pixel 9a on us. It's as durable as it is sleek with
frunk of the Cybertruck, it just feels like it's too close. But I'll be darned if it doesn't seem to have any problem. It knows. Any of you driving Cybertrucks notice the same thing on FSD 14? Now that you have it, do you notice how it is aggressive on using those tight turning radiuses in front of the car that are a little bit unnatural to the human? But so far, so good. I'm not telling you to always trust the Tesla. You know, it's your car. Don't hit somebody else's car and get hurt if it's too close. But I constantly notice that it's more comfortable with less room than I am. Boy, did we get some highlight clips today. There were some good things that happened on this drive. But you know what? Good in the fact that nothing had to be done. And it's so great to be in this Juniper for the first time doing an FSD video, with the exception of not having my screen. I really miss that thing. I wish we could get a solution. We're not done yet. Maybe we'll get one, but Adam, the guy that makes them, he's got more of a full-time job, and he doesn't do this, you know, for a living, so he's not spending a lot of engineering time with the solution. But the connectors don't work. It's a different. I think they changed the signal from LVDS to something else, or at least the pins on the LVDS don't work anymore. It's along those lines. So, but if you guys can get me to a place where you're happy with the screen recording stability and brightness, and we'll stick with that.
Tesla guy.
Couple roundabouts coming up. And then we go to the wrap up as we cross.
Don't buy a Tesla right now. I know that's shocking coming from someone wearing a Tesla Cybertruck shirt, but let me say that again. Do not buy a Tesla right now. Now, hold on a second. This is not an anti-Tesla video. And this is not one of those Elon bad kind of videos either. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you. The Tesla lineup has never been better than it is right now. And yes, Tesla just introduced some brand new deals for the first time since the tax credit went away that are expiring soon. But again, I work for you guys. I don't work for Tesla, despite what some YouTube commenters may say. And the truth of the matter is that you are much better off waiting to buy a Tesla, even just waiting just a couple of weeks, for 4 big reasons that Tesla doesn't want you to know. So sorry, Elon, and sorry, Tesla. Let me break down the top 4 things you need to know about buying a Tesla right now and why it is kind of a terrible idea. Though, again, I should back up for a moment and sort of start with point number 0, and that is that, yes, Tesla just introduced some brand new deals for the very first time since the end of the tax credit. Let me show you what's new, and again, explain why these deals really aren't all they're cracked up. So when it comes to leasing, there are some discounts of up to 25% running right now for a limited time, and Tesla makes it clear these will be going away, I believe, in November. So you've got a Model 3 lease special for $329 a month. You've got a Model Y lease for $449 a month and a Cybertruck lease for $700 a month. And you can see these are down anywhere from 7 to 23%, depending on the model. Certainly not the best lease deals we've ever seen, but better than the regular prices that just recently shot up a lot. And on the finance side, Tesla does have some specials right now. 3.09% APR for the Model Y, everything but the performance. 3% for the Model 3, 2.5% for the Cybertruck, and then Model S and Model X both getting a 3.99%. So there are some lease deals and some finance deals to be had, but it takes about 30 seconds to realize they're not all that great, especially now that the tax credit is gone. And that kind of nicely gets me into reason number one why buying right now is a bad idea, is that while Tesla is warning these deals will go away, and they likely will go away, they'll probably be replaced by some better deals, as the best deals Tesla offers throughout the entire year happen 2 times. Near the end of every quarter, so the end of March, June, September, and December, if I got my math in my head correctly there at the end of the quarters here in the US. And then also the end of the year is also a big time where Tesla runs their specials. And if you can sort of put 2 and 2 together, the end of quarter 4 happens to be sort of a double whammy. It's the end of December, quarter 4, and the end of the year. So we're likely going to be seeing some of the best Tesla deals of the year happening in a couple of weeks near the end of December. So if you're looking for the best Tesla deal of 2025, you're better off just waiting a couple of weeks. Don't be in any kind of rush. And this is kind of the general advice. Tesla is always going to be more incentivized to give you better deals near the end of the quarter. This is not only when they have better like promotions going on, but if you're looking for like a free upgrade or looking to get like a free incentive or any kind of favor from Tesla, end of the quarter is going to be when that's going to happen, as that is when Tesla needs to make delivery quotas. That is when they're willing to expedite things. So if you're looking to sort of get anything more or any favors from your local Tesla service or delivery center, end of the quarter is going to be when that is. So if you're looking to buy, end of the quarter is always going to be the best time frame. The second reason I'd highly recommend waiting is not only will the actual like deals be better, like finance rates, lease terms, things like that, but also the Tesla incentives and specials will likely be better as well. Right now, if you're a current Tesla owner, you're going to get a loyalty benefit of basically up to $1,000 off or $500 off, depending on which model you go with. And if you're a new customer, you get 3 months of FSD, and that's kind of the only discount you get. What Tesla's likely going to do near the end of the quarter is bump these up. So not only will the loyalty benefit likely be more, probably $1,000, maybe $2,000, things like that, but we have seen Tesla pull out some pretty crazy incentives in order to move inventory. So we've seen them do longer FSD trials. We've seen 3 months of FSD and 3 months of unlimited supercharging. We've seen 6 months of unlimited supercharging. We've even seen Tesla for a very brief amount of time, I think it was for the Model 3, they did like free lifetime supercharging. And again, these are things that technically cost money, but in the long term for Tesla, they're pretty good incentives they can use for their advantage. So if you want maybe like a year of FSD for free or a year of free unlimited supercharging or things like that, that is definitely going to be at the end of the quarter when Tesla runs those specials. And again, given like we're sort of in a perfect storm of the end of the tax credit and weakening demand and things like that, I'm sure the freebies and incentives are only going to get better from Tesla the more further away we get from October and the closer we get to the end of the year. We also saw Tesla, specifically on their earnings report just a couple of days ago, make a big emphasis that they're really trying to double down into their services revenue and their services division. So it isn't just an FSC subscription, but this is also a subscription for supercharging, premium connectivity, their new subscription for their warranty and things like that. Right now, Tesla's offering the Lugs package, which kind of gives us our best look yet at the packages of services they're going to be moving forward with. And it seems very likely that we might start to see some packages of things come together as not just subscriptions, but likely as freebies as well. Like, hey, if you take delivery by so-and-so date, we're going to give you 4 months or 5 months of the Lugs package for free. Or, hey, we'll give you a year of our core package for free, which includes FSD, premium connectivity, and 3,000 miles of supercharging. Tesla can really kind of mix and match what they do, and it seems like this is going to be a big thing for them moving forward. So we likely will see some things with subscriptions, and we've also seen some specials from them in terms of free upgrades. So we just recently saw one free upgrade from inventory. So a free paint color upgrade, free wheel upgrade, free interior color upgrade. Again, there's a lot of things Tesla has to offer, which we will likely see if you wait until the end of the quarter. The third reason you should not buy a Tesla now and wait isn't exactly like rocket science here, and I know this is kind of a tired trope you'll hear, but I'll kind of say it because it's true, and that is that waiting always sort of nets you the better benefits of improved hardware. So for example, Tesla is making changes all the time. So getting a newer build model of a couple of months from now could not only give you better acoustic glass and a better suspension, but it could give you things like the Hardware 5 camera system, which we know is coming in 2026 and could give you way better performance in terms of the quality of the cameras and your full self-driving experience. We know that Tesla is working to bring larger displays to their car. They're going to improve the seats. We're waiting for new color options for the interior and the exterior. If you're willing to wait a couple of weeks or even willing to wait a couple of months, you might get the benefit of a bunch of new options that not everybody is going to have, but you will have if you wait. So again, you always kind of have the risk of waiting to pass upon the deals, but also getting some better improvements. If you really are in no hurry, we know there are lots of changes on the horizon.
See more while being seen.
Yeah.
And I should mention, as nice as it is to finally see Tesla make some right moves, like bring the turn signal stock back and actually include a functional charger with the car, there is still one big issue plaguing all Teslas these days. And that is that the floor mats they come with, or the lack thereof, really keeps your Tesla vulnerable. You're going to want, especially as the weather starts to change and we get into more rain and snow and mud and dirt, you just want to keep your Tesla clean and safe and secure. And the best way to do that is with some durable, good-looking, and long-lasting all-weather floor liners. And my recommendation, my go-to #1 pick, is, of course, the great options made by my friends at 3W Liners, because they have got some amazing solutions here that are perfectly going to fit every single model in the Tesla lineup. And not only are they custom made for the interior, custom made to sort of protect every single crevice, but also the attention to detail here is really nice. Like, I love the cyber emblems and sort of the cyber theme of the mats for the Cybertruck, or the Model Y branding for the Model Y. There is just a wonderful sort of level of care and attention here that you will not find in any other sort of option on the market. Of course, these mats just don't look good. They're also providing really valuable protection. Again, custom made to perfectly fit inside of your Tesla. They're made of really high quality, durable TPE material that is very sort of rugged and tough. So it's going to protect your Tesla, but also super easy to clean and also just going to look great inside of your vehicle. And I love here that you're not only getting like frunk to trunk protection, like literally you're protecting your entire Tesla on the inside, but also the value here is just incredible. The price that you're getting here is very competitive, and I can even save you more with my special coupon code I will leave linked down below. But especially when you compare them to the competition, you are getting way more coverage, way higher quality products, and honestly better looking products for a much better price. The value here is unbeatable. The design here and the protection here is unbeatable. No matter what car you own, Tesla, Rivian, basically any car on the road, 3W Liners is the place to go for beautiful, high quality, really durable, all-weather floor mats. So if you want to check it out, get your vehicle protected today. And again, especially as we head into the winter months, you want to keep the inside of your Tesla protected and looking its best and keeping it easy to clean. Check out the amazing solutions from my friends at 3W Liners, linked down below. And also, again, my special coupon code to save you even more money. So check it out. Link and all that info right down below in the description. And finally, the fourth reason I'd recommend waiting to buy right now simply is that the advantage is on your side. Now that the tax credit is gone, there really isn't any reason to run in and get a car before something's going to expire. Of course, prices could always go up or down, but right now, you're in a stronger position as a buyer to buy a car because Tesla needs to make those sales than Tesla is to deliver those cars, which wasn't, or I should say historically, hasn't always been the case. And to put some data behind this, the odds of Tesla having like some kind of record-breaking quarter literally just aren't there. The numbers don't lie. Kalshi, like the premier prediction market where people sort of get together and make bets and forecasts on things they know about and care about, are showing right now likely a sub $400,000 $400,000 vehicle delivery quarter is sort of expected as of right now. Of course, you can jump in on the action if you agree or disagree. You've got a chance to make money. I'll throw a link down below to Kalshi if you want to check it out. But again, this is a good sort of data set to see and a trend line to watch as to what the public consensus is. And right now, it's not looking as good as it was just a couple of weeks ago. And that makes sense given the loss of the tax credit and tariffs and all that stuff. There really is no significant refresh on the horizon. Really, there isn't any benefit to rushing into things. And if you really want the better deal, you want the better upgrades, and you just want the best possible experience, you're better off waiting until the end of the quarter or the end of the year to see what happens. Now, should you wait for the end of the quarter versus waiting to 2026? That's kind of a whole separate video because we know bigger changes are coming in 2026, but we don't know what pricing is going to be. We simply don't know. But all that to say, you're in the driver's seat here, literally. You have the power here, and waiting, at least right now, is only going to be an advantageous thing. And I should say, if you see a deal you like that fits in your budget, jump on it and enjoy. But if you want the best possible deal, the most freebies, the most incentives, basically all the free stuff you can get, waiting until the end of the year, like right now, is going to be your best move. So don't be distracted by the lease specials and the finance terms. Those are likely only going to get better the closer to the end of the year we get. Also, I just want to take a moment in this video and say thank you because this channel, these videos wouldn't exist without you guys. So first off, thank you so much. Amazon gift card coming in the next minute or so of this video. If you can find it as a thank you, it'll look something like this. And second thing is I've got to say thanks to not just you guys, but my partners on this channel who make this stuff possible. The companies in the Tesla space making the best accessories that you guys need to know about. Like my friends over at Drive Protected that offer the best PPF kits that you can get for your Tesla. And making it even better is that you can save thousands of dollars by installing the kits yourself. Their PPF film, for example, is incredibly high quality. It's their Defense Plus series. It's obviously going to protect your very fragile Tesla paint or even give you that beautiful matte finish option that looks even better. And what I love about Drive Protected is that they give you all the tools and resources, not just in terms of the physical stuff, but also step-by-step videos that'll help you walk through exactly how to install this. Link to Drive Protected's lineup is down below. They've got options for every Tesla in the lineup, and I've got a special coupon code, my code Rosenfeld, where you can save 10% off your order as well. So check out Drive Protected and use my code to save 10% off your entire order. And as we all know, owning a Tesla is great, and a well-accessorized, good-looking Tesla is great, but we don't like to deal with Tesla vandals who could ruin that and really damage our Tesla. And while the built-in Sentry mode is great, it would be even better if you could get live real-time alerts and even put your vehicle on the offensive. That is exactly why I love Sentry Pro, because it turns Sentry mode in your Tesla Pro by giving you live real-time alerts on your phone, on your smartwatch, iOS or Android, doesn't matter. There's an app available for both phone platforms. And with beta actions, you can even put your vehicle on the offensive by either flashing the lights or honking the horn when a Sentry
Don't you want a better gaming PC that's built with the right hardware at a fair price? Build Redux has that. They're gamers who want the highest frame rates and smooth gameplay. They build the PC for you using only high-quality components. Every PC they build is benchmarked and stress-tested, which means no more blue screens, just the highest frame rates possible.
Look, brother.
The best part? It won't break the bank. You can get a gaming rig starting around $1,000. So check out buildredux.com today to find the perfect rig for you.
Perfect rig.
We have been testing Tesla's full self-driving obstacle avoidance for years. These clips are from version 11 and version 12, and now we're all the way up to version 14. What I've noticed with Tesla's full self-driving version 14 update is that it is very aware of the road in front of it. Not only does it have great perception, it reacts to things really quickly, and maybe it overreacts a little bit sometimes. But we had to pull the car out and try these avoidance tests again to see how it does with various objects that you may or may not actually encounter in the real world. But overall, I do these tests just to see how the system is responding and evolving over time, and I was pretty surprised with some of the results in this video. Now, the first couple tests I did here were just cardboard boxes, which I thought were pretty much a gimme. I started with a bigger cardboard box and then went smaller, and I actually went in 2 directions because the sun was pretty low during these tests, and I thought I would ramp up the difficulty by driving directly into the sun. Now, although I thought these tests were a gimme, going back and looking at past tests with cardboard boxes, the car actually did run them over several times in older tests. So it does not care about garbage boxes in the road. So happy to report here that Tesla's FSD version 14 was able to easily avoid both the bigger and smaller cardboard boxes, even when driving directly into the sun, and you can see how dirty my windshield is. All right, now as I'm doing these tests, don't get distracted by the 2 microphones. This is a very professional production. I realized the main question, or a major question that a lot of people are gonna have, are what's the difference between a 2023 Tesla Model Y with hardware 4 and no front bumper camera compared to this 2026 Tesla Model Y, also hardware 4, exact same software version, but it does have the front bumper camera right here. And we're gonna test that right now. We're gonna see if this box can be avoided equally by both cars. And we have 4 different things we need to do here. Number 1, both cars are going to test it from far away. That's 2, 1 for each car. And then number 2, I'm gonna place this directly in front of the bumper where the front cameras on the car at the top that both cars have, this car can't possibly see that. But the new Tesla Model Y with front bumper camera, this will obviously be right in the way of the camera. So let's see how these cars react differently to this box. All right, so starting off this test here, we can see the box is clearly visible in the main front camera for the 2023 Tesla Model Y that we're in right now with no front bumper camera. If we go to wide, the box is even easier to see there. All right, so this one should be pretty easy for the car. Let's start this. It doesn't really have anywhere to go because the box is in the way along with my camera over there, but we'll see what it does here. And so it is scared of the box. You can see it's trying to get around it. And it's also blocked by the camera. But pretty obvious the box was detected and the car did not hit it. All right, so next up, we're taking this box, we're putting it directly in front of the car. We have about 1 foot of space between the front bumper and the box. I think we know what's gonna happen. All right, so this time we go to the service menu, we check camera preview, no box to be seen, pretty obvious there. And we go to wide, no box. The car cannot see the box at all. So I think we know what's gonna happen, but we have to verify. And I'll probably stop it quick here because I need that box to continue the testing. And we can see there that the box was hit, the car had no regard, and that's that. All right, and then just for the sake of having a control, here's our box far away, just to show that this vehicle can stop for it when it sees it. Main, wide, you can see it in both of those. And on top of that, if we go to fascia, that is our front bumper camera, and that is what the front bumper camera can see. That's a lot wider than the preview that they give you, pretty interesting. So if I click start self-driving here, I think we know that it's going to attempt to avoid the box. There's not much room on both sides, but there you go. The car is clearly trying to drive around that box. All right, and to wrap it up, we're gonna take this box and put it directly in front of the front bumper camera and see if the car can avoid it. All right, so checking out our camera preview. Main, no box. Wide, no box to be seen. But if we go to face front bumper camera, boom, it's right there in the way. You can even see that without digging into menus. The front bumper camera is easily accessible by the consumer. This is what it looks like kind of on the end user look, so we can't see quite as wide as it can see. When we click to start self-driving, is it actually gonna stop for the box, or is it gonna drive right through it? So we click start. There's nowhere for the car to go. There is a garage behind me and a box in front of me. So for whatever reason, you can see that the performance of the 2026 Model Y with a front bumper camera is similar to then without a front bumper camera. And this camera is being used. I have seen an error message now only on version 14 about the fact that if this front bumper camera is covered, the car complains at me and lets me know, hey, this is covered, you should probably clean it off. Now moving forward here, I thought this test would be pretty difficult. It is a very small children's bike and it is laying on the road almost completely flat. Even pulling up to it myself, it was difficult to see, although I could definitely see it, and personally I would easily be able to avoid this if I was paying attention, of course, which humans aren't always doing. And I was very happy to see that FSD also avoided it, and from the driver's seat felt like it left plenty of space to avoid it appropriately. Now, I thought this object was a little ridiculous because it is literally mostly clear, but when watching the footage when it's static laying in the road, even though it's small and mostly clear, FSD is able to see and avoid it. really nice. Even driving directly into the sun, FSD had no problem with this object. But a ball is not usually going to be just sitting there randomly in the middle of the road. It's probably going to be moving because somebody threw it or the wind is blowing it, and FSD's reaction here was incredibly impressive and dramatic. From far away, FSD is hitting the brakes, letting that ball pass by, and when it's clear, FSD does proceed. I was very impressed with this result, especially from a small, clear ball. Take into consideration that a couple of versions ago, FSD could not even avoid a large exercise ball that is not clear in any way, and that makes this result even more impressive. And of course, we had to throw the ball a little later to make this even more difficult. Of course, there will come a point where something can come in front of the car where it is physically impossible to stop for it. So we tried to get really close to that limit, and believe it or not, FSD was easily able to stop for this object, even employing emergency braking.
And throw.
Join Google Fi Wireless and get $700 off Samsung Galaxy S25 with $300 off instantly. Immerse yourself in its realistic display and effortlessly elevate your portrait selfies with Galaxy AI. Don't wait. Order Samsung Galaxy S25 and save $700.
Should we give him a minute?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The holidays are here. The BMW Road Home Sales event on now. Hurry in for exceptional offers today.
Yeah, guys, I've just been recovering my had wrist surgery.
Automatic emergency braking. Yep. Was the ball under there? Yeah. And it even saved the dash cam clip. Okay, so it probably shouldn't proceed, but it at least gave me enough time to take over. Even on these gravel dirt roads with low traction, FSD did a great job stopping. And I hear some of you in the comments, you don't want to stop for every little object here, but thinking what I would do in this situation, if I didn't know what this object was and it was this size, I would definitely be stopping for it. You don't know what weight it is, you don't know what's inside of it, you don't know where it came from. So personally, I think this stopping decision was really good. So we had to do the test with the exercise ball as well, just to compare it to those older versions. To no surprise, it does stop here. But again, we have to look back to those older versions and remember that the car was trying to stop for this and maybe just didn't have enough foresight, or who knows why, but those older versions just were simply unable to correctly correct this object. Yeah, I didn't think it would even have time to stop that time.
I can't believe it, on a gravel road.
And while I feel like back then the capabilities that Full Self-Driving had should have let it interact correctly with this object then, I'm happy to see that now it is doing a great job of slowing and stopping for this exercise ball. Now, of course, we have to make these tests increasingly difficult. So we have a small remote-controlled Tesla Roadster here, and the car is actually able to see it in the road and avoid it. And believe it or not, older versions were also able to see this Tesla Roadster and avoid it. But we had to crank up the difficulty even more, and we had the Tesla Roadster drive across the road in front of Tesla's FSD version 14, and the car was correctly able to slow and stop for it and wait to pass by. Now, on top of that, something unexpected happened that we didn't plan for. The Roadster hit a rock, flipped around, and started driving back in the other direction towards the Tesla. And before I even had realized that it happened, the Tesla started to again apply the brakes to avoid this object that suddenly did a 180 and started coming back towards it. Oh my gosh, it's coming back. That was crazy. We didn't plan for this. It was a huge surprise for me, and it really emphasizes how quickly Tesla's FSD version 14 can make decisions and react to changing environments. Now, because FSD 14 is so good at reacting to changing environments, I really had to crank this up. I first put this bucket here just to make sure FSD could react to this standard bucket, which with what we've seen so far, I think was pretty obvious. It was easily going to be able to avoid this. But where we crank up the difficulty is not only is this bucket in the road, but at the last second, second, debris is going to fly out from this bucket, and FSD is going to have to react in a very short amount of time. Now, this test gave me slightly mixed results. I was hoping that the front bumper camera would really help out FSD here, and it did react to the moving dynamic objects that kind of popped out at the last second, but it seemed that it didn't have enough care for what was now in the road. Now, in the first test, when the cone pops out, FSD does seem to kind of weave in between the bucket and the cone, but I wasn't convinced. I thought maybe FSD just got lucky and the cone was far enough away, and the vehicle was able to squish through those two objects, so we had to add in a little bit more. Now, we put the traffic cone right in the middle without moving just to see if the car could react to it or how it would, and FSD definitely slowed down and tried to get around the cone, but it seemed to be too scared of either the objects on the side of the road or my wife on the side of the road, even though she was far away and sitting in a chair. And instead of either stopping or moving more off of the road to avoid the cone, it decided to just run the cone right over, despite having that front bumper camera. Do the box and the ball. Put them both in front of the cone.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, the cone will be your gunpowder, and the box and the ball will be your bowling ball, like we're making a cannon in the Civil War.
Okay, dear.
So I thought maybe the cone wasn't quite enough. Let's bring some more objects into the mix, load this garbage cannon, and have more pop out for the car to be able to react to. And I will say I was pretty happy that FSD was able to react to these moving objects that got in the vehicle's way, and it did avoid both the ball and the small box. Again, it just pretty much ignored the cone and ran it over. I find this very strange and very interesting that this is the one object we can find in these tests, so far at least, that FSD wants to ignore and run over. Now, although we were able to bring out a fail, in my opinion, I had to bring the difficulty up just a little bit more, and I'll admit, even this object I missed at some point and wasn't able to see it. This is a small spoke for a children's bike, and it is bright pink. So it's a bright color, but it's very small, and it's not something that is a size that you would typically react to, but I think if you hit this the right way, it really could damage your tire or your car because it is a big, heavy chunk of metal. And in pretty much all of the tests that we did, FSD just completely ignored it and ran right over the spoke. Now, my wife was thinking, hey, maybe if we stand it up, it'll make it easier for the car to see, and I thought that was a great idea, so we tested it out. And I'll admit, in this first test with the spoke standing up, I didn't see it the entire time. All right, standing. I cannot see it.
Let's break this guy.
I still don't see it. Where is it? I didn't see it. Was it there?
Good luck.
Oh my gosh, I could not see it, like with my own eyes. So it's hard for me to call this a complete failure by the car because I myself could not see this object for a large part of this testing. But at the same time, the car has more eyes than me and it has that front bumper camera. So I would hope for some superhuman abilities here for the car to be able to pick up this object, react to it appropriately, which you can leave down in the comments what you think an appropriate reaction to a heavy bike spoke is. So I consider this a mild fail, but also a fail on the human's part. Now, as we've seen here, small obstacle avoidance and moving obstacle avoidance is really good and pretty interesting, although I have seen and I've heard others talk about how it's even avoiding things like leaves blowing across the road, which we know is not the right situation, although again, it is super interesting to see the car thinking and reacting to these things. It needs to be just a little bit smarter so it's not overreacting when it doesn't need to. Now, the next situation I've been really curious about is a pretty standard traffic situation you'll find in construction where somebody's holding a stop sign and then flips it over to slow. And I haven't quite been able to find it in real life, so we simulated it here. I first had my wife standing on what I would consider the wrong side of the road, and the car didn't do a great job reacting, but I thought maybe because she's on the wrong side, it's kind of weird. So not a big deal that the reaction wasn't perfect here. No, it's not going. Go ahead and wave us on.
Struggling with Hot Wheels and Matchbox clutter?
Rematch, bro.
This comfortable and affordable wall rack solves it all. In one rack, you can store up to 1,000 of your valuable cars. 1 meter of wall can store up to 3,000 of them. The Tex racks are available for loose cars, mainline and premium cards. Choose XXL version with 40 trays or half height with 20 trays. Quick and comfortable access, affordable price, secure and very little space requirement. Your collection now stored like never before. Get yours today and reclaim your space.
Risky good.
You're the best divorce lawyers in town.
Is showtime, ladies.
Stand up straight.
Have it, man.
Breeze into that room like a storm no one saw coming.
Nope, it doesn't want to go. What if, yeah.
Went down 30 mils.
I'd move out of the way.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, pretty obvious it should have kept going when you switched to slow, but...
Wait, I'm on Berserker ring still? Okay.
Oh, the sun!
Occasionally I just look.
Alright, it sees you, it's visualizing a little person there. It's visualizing a stop sign. But it is continuing through. Okay, that's really interesting. I mean, that was the right thing to do.
Before sailing, man.
All right,
That
cool.
should have been Mike.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you're on the wrong side of the road, so I can see how that could be a little confusing. I mean, to a human, it was obvious what I should have done. But let's see if the car can handle it better when you'd be, because you would be on this.
After managing to lose her diet plan not once, not twice, but 4 different times, Shauna's episode from My £600 Life is not only one of the most infuriating ever aired, but honestly, one of the most hopeless. And with Shauna being just 22 years old, her immaturity is on show for the entire episode, alongside her massive food addiction.
I don't want to live this way because I hate this body. It's just too big to be normal. And it keeps me from being able to do a lot. So I feel like I'm trapped most of the time because of how hard it is to move and get around. It's hard to walk. It's hard to be able to stand for more than like 2 minutes at a time. I think that time gets less as I get bigger and it hurts quicker. So I'm losing my ability to move and do things.
At her young age, her weight is already 4 times heavier than it should be at a healthy weight, and that is having a huge impact on her mobility. For now, Shauna can still go to the bathroom by herself and shower, but that's pretty much the extent of it.
But it's already almost too hard for me to do all the time. So sometimes I think about just not doing it. But then when you're big like me and have all these folds, you chafe a lot. And then you get blisters and sores and I can get infected easily. So I push myself to just do it and get it over with. But I still can't really do it well and get to all the areas where I had to be careful about with all the sores and stuff.
As Shauna still lives with her mother, who isn't home most of the time, she has to have a caretaker to do the chores around the house for her. Shauna's weight also affects her confidence a great deal, as she struggles to find anything positive about her life due to how difficult it is just to exist at her weight.
I hate how my life is, but I mostly just hate my body. I hate my body more than anything in the whole world. I feel like a monster just walking around. My legs and my feet disgust me the most about my body. They don't even seem human anymore. None of me does. So I don't even want to look at myself at all anymore because I'm embarrassed at what I've done to myself in my life. I'm 22 years old. I should be like in college, partying, having fun, living my life. But I can't.
Her food addiction has totally robbed her of her youth. She's so young, which makes her story more difficult to hear. To put it into perspective, it's been less than 5 years since she finished school, and she's only been allowed to drink for less than a year. But while she's young, it also brings attention to the sheer volume of food she's been eating during this time. For many other stars of the show, they didn't reach 600 pounds until they were in their 30s or 40s. But for Shauna to be in this situation at just 22 years old, it really demonstrates just how deep her addiction goes and how much food she's been eating. With reduced mobility, Shauna relies heavily on family friend Derekus to bring her all the meals, although he is less than pleased at the portion sizes he has to make for her.
Usually I start eating when Derekus comes over to check on me. He brings me something to eat or he'll make it for me.
How are you feeling today?
My back hurts. Same old, same old.
Did you eat?
No. Can you give me some burritos? Okay. And hash browns?
Okay. How many do you want?
4.
Okay.
4 burritos and
4 burritos and what?
6 hash browns.
But despite Derekus's reservations about feeding Shauna, it's the same excuse we see time and time again.
Because she eats when the sun come up and eats when it goes down. She don't know when to stop. Sometimes I feel helpless, but I don't want to see her hurt. so I give her what she wants.
But for Shauna, food is the only thing she has to look forward to every day. Darius is more than aware of this too, and feels incredibly guilty for feeding Shauna, knowing what it's doing to her body.
Once I'm eating, everything becomes okay. But it's hard to even describe what it really does for me. Because it's like it takes me to this whole other place. Eating to me is my safe haven. It just makes me happy. No matter how sad I am, it makes me happy. And I don't have anything else in my life that makes it feel that way. I always do that when I have food. Like I'm in a trance sometimes. And I don't snap out of it until the food is gone. But then I just want more. So I can go back to that. Because it just makes it all better. I feel like no matter what I go through, food will always make me feel better. So how do you stop something that does that for you? You can't really. So after Darius feeds me, I find ways to keep eating.
And it's not even 10 a.m. when Darius leaves after making Shauna breakfast, and she's already on the phone ordering a pizza. Her addiction runs so deep that every second of her day is spent eating, or planning her next meal. But where did all this come from? Why is Shauna so deeply obsessed with food to the point that she's letting it destroy her life and kill her? Now, Shauna had a rough childhood to say the least, which is like a lot of other My 600 Pound lifestyles. Her dad was emotionally and physically abusive to her, to the point where she can't remember a time he wasn't screaming or hitting her.
Relationship with Shauna's father was very traumatic for her as a child. He wasn't easy to get along with. And I should have walked away years before, but we stayed together for a while.
My mom never really knew how bad things were between me and my dad. She knew some of it, but most of what he did when we were alone. So I just kept it to myself, because I didn't want to make my dad angry. Instead, when my father did things that hurt me, I would turn to food. It was all I could really do and all I had power over. Eating made me feel like I was going to be okay, and that nothing was wrong.
To mask the pain, Shauna began eating whenever she was upset, which turned out to be most of the time. By the time she turned 8 years old, Shauna was 150 pounds.
The last straw was Shauna fell asleep in the backseat of the car, and he decided he was going to put a cigarette out in the gas tank. So we got into a fist fight out in the yard, and that was when I decided it was time to go. I mean, I could put up with all the junk he wanted me to put up with myself, but when it comes to Shauna, I wasn't going to let him try to kill her.
Join Google Fi Wireless and get Pixel 9a on us. It's as durable as it is sleek, with a water-resistant design available in 4 colors. Switch and save on Google Pixel 9a.
It's 2025, and you're still using the same cable network? Frontier Fiber is here. Get our best deal before it's gone for just $29.99 per month. Get free premium Wi-Fi and free expert installation. Frontier Fiber, good to go.
Now, when her parents separated, Shauna thought she would finally have a normal life without her father around. But, surprisingly to her, her dad got custody of her over the summer breaks, so she ended up having to stay with him. The abuse would continue there, as Shauna would return to her mother covered in bruises, saying that she got them from just playing around because she didn't want her mother to worry. The only thing that helped Shauna was eating, so she continued her habit until she was well over 200 pounds by the time she was 10. As she gained and gained, Shauna started to get bullied by her classmates. This just made everything worse, as it gave Shauna another excuse to continue eating until she was over 400 pounds when she started high school.
But it was getting too hard for me to get around. And the kids making fun of me got so bad, I just couldn't take it anymore. I dropped out of high school when I was 16. But being out of school, I just got worse and so depressed that I had a mental breakdown. My mom had to take me to a mental hospital. When I was in the hospital, I had to tell the doctors why I was depressed. And I told my mom that about my dad and his abuse, and she kind of almost lost it.
I thought that once we left, that he wasn't going to do it again because he would see that this is his only opportunity to visit with his daughter during the summers, so he wouldn't act that way. And apparently he continued, and she finally broke down and told me about it when she was 16.
Leaving the mental hospital, Shauna started seeing a counsellor who tried to help her food addiction. But as she had nothing else to help her and was too depressed to find something else to cope with, she continued eating until she was over 500 pounds. The combination of being a high school dropout and morbidly obese meant that Shauna's job opportunities weren't exactly great, so she spent all of her time at home. just eating. As Shauna's mother was constantly on her back about seeing a counselor and starting to lose some weight, she decided to move out so she could do what she wanted when she wanted, which I'm sure you can guess was just eating. Shauna qualified for disability because of her weight and used that money to pay for rent and a car. But moving away from her mother was one of the worst decisions Shauna could ever have made.
When I was 20, I met someone online and told him he could move in with me. And that didn't go well. It was okay at first, and then I found out he was a dopehead. He was addicted to meth, and that led to me getting addicted to meth too. And it just got worse because he started abusing me, physically and mentally.
And since she broke up with her abusive boyfriend, Shauna has been living at home, yet again, doing nothing but eating.
My food addiction is killing me, and it's really scary because I'm afraid to go to sleep because of it. I just want to be a normal 22-year-old, and it sucks because I can't. It's a stupid body. And everything's getting harder and worse every day. So I can't keep living like this. Everything has to change. Everything. And I'm running out of time to do that. My mom keeps reminding me of that and telling me I need to go to Houston to see Dr. Now and try to get help. And I know she's right because I feel like a ticking time bomb. And if I think about it too much and what could happen soon, it terrifies me.
Now determined to help her in any way she can, Shauna's mother encouraged her to go to Houston to see Dr. Now, even offering to drive her the long 12-hour journey. As Shauna can't find a normal car, her mother has to rent a van that's big enough for her. And luckily, she just about fits. Now, they've not even been in the car for 5 minutes, and Shauna is already breaking open her road trip snacks. And her attitude about how the next 12 hours are going to go aren't exactly positive.
As long as I have food, I think I can make this trip. But I just hope the fast food places aren't too far apart on the road. Because that's the only thing that's going to make this drive too much for me. But as long as I have some good food like this, I'll be alright, and I know I can make it.
The fact that she's relying on snacks and fast food stops to get through the journey is pretty ironic, considering she's literally on the way to go to her first weight loss appointment. Shauna already has the paper packaging from what looks like 2 other fast food chains before she's already stopping for another.
And once I eat and rest tonight, I think I'll be ready to do this again tomorrow. But I know tomorrow we have to start really early, and we have to go even longer than today. I'll be able to handle it as long as we have places to stop to get something.
I cannot wait to get into the room. I am so wiped out.
Seriously, I'm dying.
Now, one thing I did notice is that, likely because she's so big, Shauna doesn't wear shoes or even socks, just walking around barefoot. After their overnight pit stop, the mother and daughter duo are back on the road and make the last 6 hours to Houston. And as you'd expect, Shauna is still eating a crazy amount.
We've been back on the road for about 5.5 hours. So we're close to Houston and Dr. Now. But this day of traveling has been a lot harder than yesterday. And I'm in more pain. But my mom's been helping me stay distracted by getting me some good stuff to eat most of the day.
The fact that Shauna's mother has been encouraging her to eat like this is insane, considering she is the one who is so concerned with her weight and is literally driving her to see Dr. Now. Now, her mother is clearly worried for her daughter's health, wanting to change her life before it's too late. But that makes you think, why is she enabling this behavior? Now, finally arriving at her appointment with Dr. Now.
Did you know that Google has a phone plan? And it's not just a phone plan. It's also a smartwatch, tablet, laptop plan. You can connect all those to your plan at no extra cost. So switch to Google Fi Wireless today.
Shauna steps on the scales for the first time in years to see how much she actually weighs after ignoring it for so long, and the scale reads a shocking figure at 659 pounds. And as you'd expect, Shauna is embarrassed and upset at the figure. For years, she's indulged in whatever she wanted, not caring about her own health. Seeing that number is definitely a reality check for both Shauna and her mother, and hopefully her appointment with Dr. Now will put her on the right path towards losing weight. But as we'll come to see, that won't be the case. During her appointment, we learn a little bit more about Shauna's eating habits once Dr. Now starts investigating the issues behind them.
Alright, Shauna, it looks like you're at 6:59 today, huh?
Yeah.
And you only 22, huh?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so tell me a little bit about yourself. Have you been heavy all your life?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Have you tried to lose weight at any point in your life?
Yeah. But I just don't stay on the diets usually, honestly.
Why?
Like, I eat too much or I eat too little.
I don't think eating too little is the problem. But when you overeat, do you do that because you're hungry or you're stressed or what?
Usually either hungry or I'm just bored or depressed or something.
Okay, so you use food to cope. So, Shauna, you need to learn how you're gonna correct your eating habit, right?
Brother?
Yes, sir.
All right.
It's clear that food is a huge coping mechanism for Shauna. It's going to be extremely difficult for her to break that habit when she finds her comfort in eating.
My concern about Shauna right now is that she doesn't seem very motivated to start turning her life around. And that makes me wonder if it's someone else pushing her to do this. Possibly her mother, because there seems to be a dynamic between them where Shauna is still dependent on her mother like a child is. And if that's the case, we're not going to be able to make much progress with her unless we change that. But hopefully she will show me that she's motivated and ready to do what she needs by hitting her weight loss goal by her next appointment.
Now, back in Kansas City, Shauna's weight loss journey has already gone downhill, and that's if he even thought it started in the first place.
Almost a month since I went to see Dr. Now. I've asked Ericus to try and get me healthier meals and help me figure out a better diet. There's a lot of papers Dr. Now gave me with his diet and exercise on them. I'm not sure how, but I think they left them in a hotel on the way back home. And I've been scared to tell my mom or call Dr. Now and ask him for another one. But I'm hoping with how Derkis is helping me, that I'm losing as much as Dr. Now told me. And I'm also trying to do walking for exercises to build up my stamina. And I feel like that's all helping me a lot, because it's been hard.
The fact that she's lost the paperwork and is too scared to ask her mother or Dr. Now for another copy is just ridiculous. If she was really serious about losing weight, she wouldn't have lost them in the first place for one, and she definitely would call and ask them to send her another copy. Honestly, I think the issue here is that she's just too scared to read the diet plan in the first place because she doesn't want to start. Reading it would mean that she has to admit what she's been doing to her body all of these years and finally start to change. One Reddit commenter summed up this ridiculous excuse perfectly. Even the diet food that Derricus is making her doesn't really look healthy. It's literally just sweet corn and potatoes. And it's crazy to think that Shauna thinks she will lose any weight without following the diet plan Dr. Now gave her. Now, if Derricus had made meals from the Fat Loss Kitchen cookbook, which you can get below from fatlosskitchen.com, he would have a much easier time knowing what to eat without Dr. Now's diet plan, because our meals are nutritious, delicious, and actually fill you up. If you want to get your copy of the cookbook, go to fatlosskitchen.com and use code Craig to get 15% off. And if you don't want to pay, that's completely fine. Every Friday, we send out a free recipe as part of our weekly newsletter. So make sure you sign up for that too. Thank you. Let's get back into the video. One important fact about Shauna's journey is that she can only do the weight loss surgery if she finds someone to move to Houston with, as she will need someone to look after her while she's recovering. The recovery from weight loss surgery is tough, and she will need quite a lot of rest. Most importantly, she will need someone to make her meals for her, someone who Dr. Now can trust to make the meals actually healthy. Otherwise, the surgery could potentially fail. She asks Derricus if he would consider moving in with her, and he's happy to go. However, he has to be paid by Shauna's mother for his time being her carer. The issue with Dr. Now's weight loss plan comes back into question too, as Derricus doesn't understand why she doesn't just email Dr. Now and ask him to send it over.
I'm excited. I wish you saw the papers he gave me that had all the diets and exercises on it.
So why haven't you called him and asked him, inform him on what happened?
Because I'm nervous and scared. He's gonna be like, this whole time you haven't had them? And I'm gonna be like, no. I mean, he's gonna be like, why? And I'm gonna be like, because I was so scared and nervous to call you. I thought you would just kick me out of the program altogether.
Or you could just tell him you forgot about him in a rental car.
And he's gonna be like, so it took you almost a whole month to realize that? I'm gonna be like, turtle mode activated. Like, I'm gonna be so scared.
Anyway, you look at it, you're gonna have to call him.
I know.
Her excuse just doesn't make any sense to me. The sooner she calls and admits she's lost it, the better. I couldn't even imagine being in her position and having to wait to drive all the way back down to Houston and tell Dr. Now that she's made no progress.
Like, my life literally rests in this man's hands. I don't want to call Dr. Now. I just don't want him to be upset. What I want to do is keep doing the diet I am now and make it enough. So I'm trying the hardest I can, but it's just not easy.
The fact that Shauna thinks her life rests in Dr. Now's hands is half the problem. She thinks that it's up to him to fix her, which is why she hasn't reached out for another copy of the diet plan. Her belief that she can just lose weight without any sort of plan is insane too, and I'd love to see the plan she's following, if she's even got one.
It's been 2 months since my Dr. Now appointment, and I was supposed to be back for another one sometime last week, but I was too scared to go, because I never found the papers with his diet and stuff. So I've been just trying to figure it out without them.
Missing Dr. Now's appointment shows how just totally unbothered she is about her treatment after all. After Shauna's mother finds out she's missed her appointment, she forces her to call Dr. Now and admit that she lost the paperwork. 2 entire months of wasted progress, all because she was too scared to pick up the phone and call Dr. Now. Even if she was really scared, she could have asked someone else to do it for her. But the reality is, Shauna just doesn't care enough about it to even try.
Hi, can I please talk to Dr. Now's Arden?
Okay, ma'am, who's calling?
Shauna Collins.
Okay. Hello.
Join Google Fi Wireless and get Pixel 9a on us. Make sure no one is left out of your photo with Add Me.
Hi, Dr. Now.
Hi, Shauna. You missed your appointment, so if you're calling, I'm guessing you're still in Kansas City right now, huh?
Yes, sir.
So what's going on? You doing your diet and everything you need?
I'm doing my diet, I think. But when I was coming back home, I lost the papers you gave me.
So you lost the paper and you didn't call us to get another copy?
I was scared you would get mad at me if I called back and said I lost them.
Why should we get mad at you because you lost something?
I don't know, I just thought you'd get mad.
It looks to me that Shauna is very childish and doesn't have the resilience to overcome her struggles. Yes, Dr. Now's frustrated that she's lost the paperwork, but he's more annoyed about the fact that she didn't say anything to him. But now that Dr. Now has emailed the files over to her, it won't be possible to lose them. Or will it? A month later, Shauna is back in Dr. Now's office for her next appointment. During this time, she should have lost 50 pounds if she followed her diet plan. And it seems like we spoke too soon about the papers, as surprise, surprise, Shauna had lost them again. I don't even know how you'd lose an email because you can literally just search for it at the top. And yes, I know it's because she never even planned on looking at them in the first place. I wouldn't be surprised if she literally saw the email come in and just deleted it on purpose, just so she didn't have to look at it. Plus, the fact that she made Derek drive 12 hours for her appointment knowing full well she wouldn't have lost any weight is just beyond me.
The papers Dr. Now sent me with his diet and exercises were a lot harder than what I was doing. But I tried to do what they said. But after a few days, I lost them again. I tried to reprint them, but I couldn't find the email. And I don't know what happened.
A quick side note though, it's good to see that Shauna has finally found some shoes to wear. Now, ideally at this next appointment, Shauna should be below 600 pounds. But when the scales read 658 pounds, which is literally a £1 loss, it's clear that Shauna hasn't even tried to lose weight. I suppose it's a plus that she hasn't gained anything, but that shouldn't really be something to be proud of at this stage. The fact that Shauna doesn't understand why she hasn't lost any weight is also a joke. I can't believe she's being serious here. And when Dr. Now asks the same question as us, Shauna's response is actually infuriating.
I didn't read the booklet because I lost it again.
You telling me you lost it again?
Yes, yeah.
The second time?
Yeah.
You lost the email too?
Yeah.
So why didn't you call me again and ask for it?
I was afraid you'd be mad at me.
No, I wouldn't get mad at you then, but I get mad at you now for doing nothing and wasting all that time.
Yeah.
And you haven't lost any weight. So what's the point of coming here and going back and coming back and not losing weight in all that time? So what is with that?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I guess it was just lazy on my part.
You want to kid yourself with the food? Be my guest. So why you didn't lose weight?
I didn't put any effort in, I guess.
What do you mean?
I didn't do my part like I should have by calling you and telling you that I lost it.
You didn't do that, but couldn't you eat more appropriately? For you to be 650 pounds, you have to eat 7,000 to 8,000 calories a day to keep that weight on.
Yes, sir.
After a stern warning from Dr. Now, he sends Shauna away with a new copy of the paperwork. including the diet and exercise plans. He's requested that she lose 80 pounds over 2 months, stressing that this will be her last chance to lose the weight before she's kicked out the program for good. With some stars of the show, they actually do the diet for a few weeks and slowly go downhill, but with Shauna, she never even starts.
The past month has not gone anywhere like how I wanted it. Basically, my mom told me I had to move out and I had nowhere to live all of a sudden. So I basically had to pack everything and move out. My mom gave me a little money to try and help me transition to being on my own. And she also told me that she can't keep paying Derica to take care of me. And so I have no one to move to Texas with me now. So I feel like my life is just flipped upside down. I'm trying to figure out how to survive. And I'm scared because I feel really lost. I just feel bad and it's all my fault and I don't know what to do and I just feel like it's gonna all crumble down around me and I hate being by myself because I know whenever I'm alone I just feel like everything just goes spiraling out of control and I just don't know what to do anymore.
Struggling with her new living position and no longer having Derica to take care of her, Shauna misses her appointment with Dr. Now. She's living in squalor pretty much. Her house is filthy and she's making absolutely no effort to do anything to fix her life. Shauna has just accepted her situation and doesn't feel like making any progress. Concerned over her well-being from not hearing from her, Dr. Now arranges a video call appointment to check in on her.
Missed another appointment. So what's going on with you?
I don't know right now.
Is mom not with you anymore?
No, she moved to Arizona for work.
Okay. So what happened to
And
Derek?
SCFU? Why is that?
He abandoned me. He's left. It was just one thing after another.
The fact that Shauna says that Derica abandoned her is also completely self-pitying, as he didn't abandon her, her mother has simply stopped paying him. How can she expect him to just keep looking after her off his own back without getting paid? And one YouTube commenter completely agreed with me. Derica abandoned her, give me a break. Mom stopped paying him. And why hasn't she at least followed the diet? Well, like you guess, she's lost the paperwork yet again, or rather in this case, misplaced it.
You still have the diet?
Those are in the boxes I have packed, my stuff. I wasn't able to bring all my stuff with me, so.
Okay, so what does it do back up? Sharon, I think at this point you need to find a way to come down to Houston and be part of a program so we can get your weight down because it looked like you're hit 700 pounds and it's going to be a BMI of over 100. And it's going to be very dangerous situation for you, okay?
Okay.
Now, in a last-ditch attempt, Shauna's mother agrees to help her move to Houston so that she can be closer to Dr. Now for support. Buying her a one-way ticket, Shauna is dropped off at the airport and make her solo journey to Houston.
I'm really scared right now. I'm already starting to hurt a lot. I feel like my legs are giving out. This is really hard and it's more activity I think I've had in a long time. This is already too much. I'm so exhausted, but I just hope I don't run out of energy before I get to the gate. I hope the rest of the way isn't going to be too hard of a walk. So really nervous about getting on the plane. How that's going to go. I just hope I don't get stuck in the aisle or can't fit in the seat or something. I'm very relieved I made it on. I'm really tired, but I'm excited about that. Being able to do that was my biggest fear. So I'm feeling better right now, and I'm just going to try and not think about all the stuff I still have to do when I get to Houston. It all overwhelms me. My mom gave me money for a hotel that'll last me a little bit. And I have to make sure I lose the weight Dr. Now says I have to lose before my appointment in a month. But right now, I just need to rest. And then when I get to Houston, I'll worry about it and figure it all out. Somehow.
It's a good job the flight doesn't look too busy because there's no way anyone could sit in the same aisle as Shauna, considering she's taken up almost 3 seats. Once landed in Houston, Shauna spends the majority of her time cooped up in the hotel room because she doesn't have any friends in the area to go out with. The first time she leaves the hotel is for her appointment with Dr. Now a month later, and once she's on the scales, Shauna is down to 623 pounds, losing just half of what Dr. Now told her to. A loss is a loss.
Overpriced phone plans, overcomplicated contracts, unnecessary features? We don't do that at Tello. In an era of overpriced everything, we keep things simple. We've got flexible and affordable phone plans from $5 to $25. At Tello, everything is available online, right at your fingertips. Simply pick the plan that suits you best, and you can always upgrade or downgrade without any cost. You're just one SIM away from amazing wireless savings. Discover more on Tello.com.
Oh, good luck, brother.
The season is heating up, but prices are cooling down. Score NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube TV to get every game every Sunday for the rest of the season. Sign up now. Terms and embargoes apply.
Let me get that Void Waker.
And she's heading in the right direction. Pleased with her progress, Dr. Now gives her another 2 months to lose more weight before she qualifies for the weight loss surgery, and instructs her that she has to see a therapist to overcome her food addiction. Now, a few days later, Shauna does see the therapist and opens up about all the abuse she went through with her dad, and how much she blamed herself because of it.
When we push through it, it's gonna give you access to stuff that you didn't have before.
I don't know how bad I know. I just want to go eat like a giant freaking pizza right now.
That's what you feel like doing?
Yeah, honestly.
Okay. But you gotta stand on the eating plan if you're gonna stay in the program and reach the next level, which is having the surgery, right?
Yeah.
So you should be doing everything you can to stay on the diet.
And it's clear from the session why Shauna has a food addiction. It's because she runs to food as soon as she feels the slightest bit uncomfortable. It's easier for her to order a pizza to make her feel better in the moment than to actively work on the issues she's suffering from. To give Shauna some healthier options to cope with her emotions instead of eating, the therapist suggests that she goes out for a walk instead, or do some physical activity to take her mind off it. And the therapy session seems like it ended pretty positively, but when Shauna returns to her hotel, the bad habits take over again.
Because I feel like I'm struggling even more right now. Because when things come in my mind that I don't want in my mind, then I try to use something that's not food to deal with it. Afterwards, it's like it's worse. And the cravings are stronger. Kind of like my cravings punish me for trying that. So like I start to think about things my dad has said to me. I'll try to go for a walk to forget. But then after that, all I really want to do is eat as much as I can. Like the snack station here at the hotel lets you get things and charge them to the room. So that place has become my biggest temptation. But I'm trying to find ways to cope that aren't eating. But this is just hard. And part of me wishes I didn't start this process. Because I feel like it's kind of just blowing up in my face.
Having a full-on snack room in the hotel is just a recipe for disaster, as she spends a huge amount of time in there taking as many snacks as she wants. Especially as they're charged to the hotel room, which her mother is paying for, so there's no financial struggle there, so she can just eat as much as she wants without footing the bill for it. Another month rolls by and Shauna is back at Dr. Now's office for her appointment, and to no one's surprise, the weight loss plan has mysteriously disappeared yet again.
But it's been harder this time with the therapy stuff, and I lost the diet again. So I'm doing it all off memory for the past few weeks.
It's obvious that the only thing Shauna has memorized is the way to the snack room from her hotel room, because since her appointment over 2 months ago, she hasn't lost any weight, instead gaining 13 pounds. When Dr. Now questions what she's been doing all this time, it seems like Shauna is trying to act like she's been reading the diet plan a lot, even though she's lost it, and makes up some food combinations she's been eating on the spot.
Do you still have the diet, or did you lose it again?
Honestly, I lost it again.
Are you serious? So we need to give you another copy?
Could you?
We give you another copy and read it?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I doubt that, because this will be the 4th copy.
Shauna clearly has never opened the diet plan once, and she is obviously straight up lying with Dr. Now that she's lost it. When asked about her exercise, she's not been doing much of that either.
Okay, so what do you do all day?
Play with my dog in the room, really.
You and your dog, huh?
Yeah.
So, no exercise?
Took her out sometimes. If I walk her out, and then I walk her back in.
It's really sad that Shauna isn't taking care of her dog properly. Dogs need to be walked at least daily, and even when we got a look at her hotel room before, I noticed that there was a puppy pad in the room. I think that Shauna isn't even letting her dog out of the room to go to the toilet outside, and is just making them go to the toilet in the bedroom. I can't imagine not taking Bruno out for a daily walk, not to even mention keeping him locked up in a hotel room all day. That's just cruel, to be honest, and clearly she's not in a good place to be looking after an animal. Disappointed in the fact she's not qualified for weight loss surgery, Shauna tries to pass the blame onto everyone but herself.
I'll try harder, but I'm frustrated because I don't feel like this is my fault. I think the therapy messed me up some. I'm so scared I'm gonna fail and mess this up. And it's terrifying to hear Dr. Now say I only have 1 chance left. Because without this, I'm doomed. I'm gonna die soon.
An entire year into the program, Shauna is back at Dr. Now's office a month after her last appointment. And despite not losing the plan this time, her weight has increased dramatically. Now, Shauna weighs more than when she started the show, gaining another 25 pounds, making her 661 pounds. Dr. Now is really disappointed, mostly at the speed in which she's gaining weight. Gaining 25 pounds in 1 month is disastrous, and Shauna is going in the completely wrong direction, despite all the help she's received. Now, due to this, Dr. Now makes a tough decision to stop seeing Shauna, as she's clearly not committed to the program and is wasting everyone's time. She's had an entire year to make a change, and after everything, all she's done is just gain even more weight. In order to come back to the program, she needs to lose at least 50 pounds to even be considered again. Despite this, Dr. Now allows Shauna to continue with the therapy sessions and gives her some housing options in Houston. So if she does want to get back in the program, she will be in the right location to do so. Shauna leaves us worse than when we found her, and a Redditor put this perfectly. After doing some digging, it doesn't seem like Shauna made any progress after the show at all, actually gaining more weight and putting herself in an even worse situation. In an update from around February, a YouTube commenter wrote that Shauna's weight had actually spiked to 720 pounds. It really seems like Shauna was destined to fail from the moment we saw her on the show. She made no effort at all, not caring enough to change, and she blamed everyone for not losing the weight, but herself. On the plus side, Shauna is still very young, and I really hope she'll find the strength to turn her life around before it's too late.
Why are you dancing? I'll do this on 3 accounts. Good fight, brother. Why would you?